make a mess.
absolutely crashed through the front window, destroying the place. And the cops had to come and help get the 4-point buck out of there. It was.
When did we become deer wranglers?
Ooh, I think he's ready too.
All right, well, swing that thing.
Who's
Come on, go.
Come on, man.
That's the deal. So there was a door that they kind of hindered. It was a room, and they closed the door. And they're like, okay, for this thing to get out, we got to swing this door open, and it's going to go out the front. Are y'all ready? And then that's the guy's like, okay, here we go. 3, 2. And they open that thing up, and that buck goes running. They say he caused about $14,000 in damage.
That's an expensive buck.
And here's the
Causing a
problem.
lot
This
of
is why you
problems.
should always research your insurance policy. The insurance policy is not covering the damage because it says it doesn't cover damage caused by animals. And
Well, you gotta
that's
have
what
an.
happened.
I didn't know that was extra.
I know.
You think that would just fall under accident or, you know? Well, good night. I wonder how much it is to add animals to you.
I don't know. But I saw this. It's kind
I
of funny. It
don't
was
know
in
about
the news yesterday. There was a written story about it. And we had it, just never got to it because, I mean, my goodness, we're covering the election and all the craziness, and you're yawning.
I'm yawning.
Anyway, to see the video, though, of them opening the door and they're all scared to death. Because, look,
How you going to get them out of there? You know, if
yeah, I
you don't wanna
know.
Go,
I
what
know.
you gonna do?
It was an obvious out
You'll
if they could
grab
open
him?
that door. It crashed through the front, everything.
This happens a lot.
It does. It does. I don't know what happens to make them do it. They see their reflection or something. They're scared. They just go nuts.
Crazy.
And so,
what they
yeah.
are. Crazy,
Also,
crazy.
yesterday we didn't get to it. A video of a drunk pig is made its rounds.
You them pigs are bad to drink.
Yep. Her name is Strawberry, and she lives in Colorado. Her owners had a bunch of leftover beer from the 4th of July sitting in their garage, and she found it. She broke open the cans and started drinking.
I wonder what her brand is.
I mean, a bunch of it, too.
Yeah, she figured out how to open them cans.
Yeah.
Hey, this ain't bad.
They started filming once they realized and saw her stumbling around like she was drunk,
Yeah.
as you could imagine.
Which she was.
And the next day, of course, she's extremely hungover. We're talking about a pig. And they captured just a little bit of rolling video of it just being.
Look how many she killed. Like, this is gone, that's gone, that's gone.
Strawberry, what did you do?
I burp.
Probably drunk too.
Did you hear that?
Burp.
What did you do? Hold on.
Do. What did you do? What did you do?
That's hilarious.
You ought to see it stumbling around. Drunk pig.
We got us a drunk pig.
Oh, my goodness.
That's
Is that what you
funny.
did when you were back in high school and college?
No.
Your mom?
Don't
Greg,
start.
what did you do? What did you do, Greg? Greg, what did you do?
You too. Trying to find it.
Got your hands in your pocket yawning. That's
It's
weird.
cold.
Huh?
My hand's cold.
Not cold. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Hey, just on air, I'm going to ask Adler, was there a problem, Ad? Okay. Sorry that YouTube's been down this hour.
That's fine.
Hey, boy, Greg, DA.
You don't know if I had anything
He
to do
just said it's Greg's fault. He just looked at me and said it's on
with it.
Greg.
Okay, maybe it is.
I guess pointing at you means that's your fault,
that
right? Is that what it means?
Yeah, I guess
All right,
it
we'll
is.
take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
how about that game? And I'm holding the dog. Okay, man, I tell you, man, that was really something. Hey, this, I tell you what, man, I just asked, what a season. Yeah, yes, sir. It really has been good. Did you get to go to the game? Yes, I did. Hey, that was something, wasn't it? Yes, sir, it was. Hey, you don't have. Is this your dog? No, it's not mine. I got some dogs, but that's not mine. And I
should have told me that early.
Yeah, I said, okay. Well, you got any idea whose dog this is? It's clearly someone's dog. I think it's him right across the street over there. I said, all right. So I roll over to that house and go up to the, knock on the door, and ring the doorbell, holding the dog.
You did not want to do that.
Holding the dog.
How was the dog taking it?
Loving me.
Okay.
Would have gone home with me and lived happily ever after.
He had to go, take it, dog.
But I love dogs. It's not about me. It's about the dog. This is the dog needs to be with his home. So no one answers, and I notice a garage, and I go over to the garage, and I look in, and I see food, water.
So wait, Rick, you're at a house.
You're
of
milling
somebody
around
you don't
in
know,
someone's home.
Yes,
and
I am.
you got the garage door open, looking around.
Yeah, I know them. We're acquaintances. We're not dear friends.
Did you go in and fix a sandwich?
But I know them. They're like my neighbors. It's not like it's not. I've been there before.
Right.
When I had to return their crazy cat one time.
Right.
So anyway, so I go over and I look, and it looks like the place is just deserted. They're probably stranded trying to get back from Arizona.
Right.
So I go over to the garage and I put the dog in the garage. The door was open, and I said, okay, he's home. Everybody's happy. And when I turn around, I've shut the door. I turn around, the dog is standing right behind me, and it kind of spooked me. And he just looked at me like, "Where are you going?" I said, "Hey,
we're buddies now. You carried me.
Hey, what in the world?"
I just put you in there.
So you put him in somewhere, close the door, you turn around, he's standing
And
behind
he's standing behind me like he's magic.
The leprechaun?
So anyway, I go and I said, well, I must not shut the door good. This time I shut it, click, make sure it shut it, looking at it, I am good. I turn around, I got 2 steps, he's right behind me. And I'm like, and I look behind me and I said, then it started kind of bothering me. I thought, what is some kind of little ghost dog or something? I'm like, how is he doing that? And then it started kind of scaring me a little bit. I'm like, guys, we need to leave this dog. Let's just go. This dog's got some kind of magic to it.
Magic?
And so then I just said, I got to look around this garage. And it's one of these that sets off from a house. So I looked and looked and looked, and I found a doggy door in the back of it.
Woo! What?
Well, I felt much better about that.
So the minute you would drop him, he'd run out that door.
He would be waiting on me at the truck.
The dog whisperer, Rick.
Yeah, so hopefully he's home now. I sure hope so.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. This hour begins with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, America, here we go. Another day. Speedy, Greg, they knocked out the kickoff hour. They're here sipping on BuzzBox coffee and ready to finish the rest of the hours that lie ahead. Eddie Van Adler has joined us. YouTube experience now enhanced. I know we had a few tuber problems this morning. We worked them out. Adler's got that handled for you, both live and archived today. So enjoy that experience. Thank you, America's boldest radio stations, for carrying the Rick and Bubba Show on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you're joining us there, hello. That's a live option for you. If you don't have an affiliate and you don't have YouTube, you also have the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. If you go to TuneIn and search Rick and Bubba Show, a 24/7 streaming channel that is available to you, the live show and full shows archive for you. If you like another archive option, audio only, it's the Rick and Bubba podcast channel every day. Go get the show on your own time. So there's everyone in their position except one. There's a silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Love is strong.
Oh, Mick.
Oh,
Still
Mick.
going.
Still going at what, 92?
Kicking.
92 now, something like that.
Kicking.
From the text line, someone said, those of you that do hear the bed music, which is most of you, Rick, what in the world was that song you played going into the national anthem? Well, wait a minute. You must be relatively new in Rick and Bubba history. That was the Commodore's machine gun, which was also the theme for a Rick and Bubba famous sports show called Pigskin Roundup.
Pygmy, baby.
Pygmy, baby. So that was Machine Gun by the Commodores. And every time I hear that now, it's late.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
late on a
absolutely.
Friday night, and you and I are about to roll out the scores. And Larry and Mark are about to make us eat an animal, and we don't know what it is.
And the udder machine is rolling
We're
into the
ready to
studio.
go, yeah.
Boy, I miss the old udder machine.
Yeah.
Man,
So-
that was something.
How about the fact that we forget sometimes that the Commodores just released an instrumental
Oh, I know.
machine gun? So there you go.
And a famous CB song.
Yes, they did. Captain Quick Draw.
You know, I mentioned something about a CB license the other day.
Yeah.
You see the text said, you don't have to have a license for them. I said, well, you did once upon a
Yeah,
time.
right. Once upon a time. Because I remember Dad getting his. Yeah, I remember Dad getting, you get your call letters. Or,
Yeah.
Is that the wrong word
No,
for
you're
CB?
right. Call sign.
Yeah,
call
because
letters,
remember, Greg, he'd have to go KHR 33. You don't remember that?
Forgot about that.
Yeah, so you had to get that card with that, though.
Forgot all
you
about it.
didn't know you had to have them letters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, the Ridge Runner couldn't just jump out there without his letters.
Oh, no.
We used to have a lot of fun.
That's a
with
pretty good handle Dad had, Ridge Runner. That's pretty
Ridge
good.
Runner, yeah.
He'd run them ridges too, wouldn't he?
He would.
So we do have
every city had a ridge runner, had a night
Oh,
runner,
yes,
night
before,
hunter.
yeah.
You know,
yeah, and every now and then you'd have a lady tiger.
oh, you'd hear all kinds.
I remember as a little kid.
It was educational.
Me too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought, why does she want the truckers to take her exit? That seems unsafe.
Yeah, well,
But anyway, Greg, you in the kickoff hour, y'all were talking about one of Bubba's favorites, Ray Gun, from the
Ray
Olympics,
Gunn's
the Australian.
retired from competition,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you know, one thing that y'all were talking about, how she says that she's still going to do it. She's not going to compete.
Have you seen
Oh,
the
she's
pictures
still
of
gonna
her?
break.
Did you see the glammed up pictures of her?
I haven't, no.
Oh yeah, she's back modeling and all that now.
But Greg, think about, you know,
Unrecognizable, by the way.
right. Think about the mind block that you have. Say you did anything, okay? Say it was say it was badminton, okay? And the Olympics, which do they do badminton?
Yes.
Give me something they don't do. Let's say there was something.
Pickleball.
All right, so they did pickleball.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
coming. It's like-
and you got out to play pickleball singles, if there is such a thing, and you were so bad at it and such a mockery to the world, the Olympics stopped having it.
Yeah.
Do you realize that Ray Gun not only was mocked by the world for being a terrible breakdancer, the experience was so bad the Olympics did a one and done.
With
breakdancing.
did away with
the Olympic Committee said, by the way, because of this debacle,
if y'all can't take it more seriously,
we're not even going to do it anymore.
Right.
You got to carry
realize?
that burden too. You got to carry that burden too. You shut down breakdancing being an Olympic sport. It's your fault.
are supposed to be the
That's
greatest,
a lot
the
on
greatest at what they do.
Right.
This is the Olympics.
Right.
The world is involved,
Right.
and that's what she did.
Right.
Did not get a point.
Not a point.
The
Not
Olympics
1 point.
won't do it anymore because of you. That's big.
That's a big one.
You may know me. I'm the one
Rick,
that shut down breakdancing.
Rick,
Why was that bad at
The
it?
week of the Olympics, she was rated and ranked the #1 breakdancer in the world.
Greg, it looks
by
like
whoever does
the
it.
texters say you're going to have to put on Bubba's list of people that he thinks is fine.
No, I'm just telling
Yeah,
you.
he does.
No,
I started to
it's-
bring it up.
it's
This
not
ain't the
that.
second time.
Right.
Second
Now,
time.
this is not like Mama June after the weight loss.
No. But Bubba has referred to Ray Gunn. Yeah, from not to hot.
So
Says she's a looker now.
no,
you think she's fine?
I'm just saying there's quite a transition from what we saw in the oil change outfit to her modeling now.
Oh, change outfit.
Would you like to watch her do breakdance while dressed as a model?
That might get her a few more votes. I'll say that.
I bet she'll get a point.
That would
Yeah.
be a yes for him.
Yeah, me and Speedy were discussing breakdancing, and I thought we were talking about how difficult it obviously is, but we looked at her and we said, but I could do everything that she
Right.
did.
Yeah.
Right.
And she was in the Olympics,
Right.
the pinnacle.
This,
You hear me?
Greg,
The Olympics, Rick.
such a debacle, they
Not-
won't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Let me say that one more time.
Kind of falls on her, doesn't it?
And we see that they somehow cheated, but the fact she made it that far through the checks and balances that were supposed to weed out people and get the best,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta do
somebody
better.
had to look at that routine and go, no,
No.
no. Turbo, you are not.
You are not.
It was like, and they did it, a Saturday Night Live bit,
Yeah.
which they actually did about it. But
Yeah.
Funny.
We'll be back. Lots to unpack on the show today. And your phone calls, find out where you are today as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we've got to take on the real Greg Burgess, of course, is always on the cutting edge.
I
Greg,
think if we'll just let
I
him
didn't say I
vent
believe this.
and get it out of his system, maybe he will let it go.
Well-
because once he starts, you can't get away from it.
I didn't
don't
say
know
I
if you noticed
believed it.
that.
I just got a disturbing video, and I was here Friday and played it, and it scared me.
scared you Friday? Were you
Now,
right?
Greg is
Takes nothing at face value. Nothing.
no,
Not
nothing.
one thing at face value.
Greg,
That's not true.
Greg thinks
But I can
the whole
smell
world,
it out when there's a little reason to not take it.
Greg thinks the whole world is one big conspiracy.
Right.
Now, I know there's
necessarily.
some out there, but I don't
There's
think
a lot of
they're
BS.
layered like they are because people I don't think are that. They're not that talented at keeping it together.
Well, the thing that gets me at Greg is he'll have something like the statement he just made.
Right.
And he'll just casually say, well, it's kind of like the Illuminati killed Whitney Houston. And I said, what?
Yeah, like
just
it is
pass
a fact,
know.
undisputable.
I just said
No.
that I got a video, and it's on YouTube. You can all go. And they're also talking about how Madonna's halftime thing was purely Illuminati ritualistic. The whole thing.
Madonna's halftime show.
Yes. Anyway, and that just listen to it. I'm not
what
saying
end?
it's real, but I'm telling you that's what's out there.
Well, we have the story that scared him.
All
if
right,
you
we
wanna
have the
hear it.
actual
And I'm
story.
here by myself, and it's kind of a slightly robot voice.
I want to hear Greg tell us what it was.
I clicked on it, and I thought, wow. But now they say it happened during the
if
some
we
reason
show
during the-
this on the air, we may all go
Oh,
on
don't
the
show
target
it. It's too
list.
long. It's too long.
I just-
Unless you want to hear his
all right,
voice.
all right,
though.
let's just
Listen to
hear
his
the
little
voice,
scary
all
voice.
The scary voice.
As the world mourns the tragic death of the singer Whitney Houston,
His computer talks.
conspiracy forums all over the internet
Really?
are steaming with discussions whether she was sacrificed by the Illuminati to fulfill some evil agenda, as well as the sinister details about this event that of no way can be taken as mere coincidences. The death of Whitney Houston is fully surrounded by odd synchronized dates, creepy events, several Kabbalistic numbers, blatant darkness rituals on American TV,
telling
and occult symbols that strongly suggest that she was actually murdered in a satanic sacrifice, believe it or not, for the Diamond Jubilee of the Queen of England Elizabeth II.
I don't get that time.
The evidence
Greg.
I'm just telling you.
my
Hey, would you not be scared sitting here by
Yeah, I
yourself
would.
listening to that voice?
Yes, I would.
Well, you know
Tell
what?
you
That's
what.
why I wouldn't listen to it.
Right.
So is he using his, so he can't be identified?
That's right.
Well, he's doing his computer
Come
voice.
on, Rick. I can't use a real voice. You know that.
I didn't.
And look, even that Elton John
Greg,
commercial,
they
the Elton
can
John
do all of
commercial,
this,
the
but they
Pepsi
can't
is tied
find
to it.
He's adding the Elton John.
There's a
Pepsi.
Whitney lookalike in that commercial. I didn't realize it. They just showed it. It's all tied together. That Madonna's halftime show.
No, it's showing that now, Rick.
It's all
Rick.
one big tie.
So
Just let him keep talking.
Greg, I want to look. We got to at least hem this in to have some.
Well, now I'm not an expert
I
on
need
it.
popcorn. I'm in so
I'm not an
entertained
expert.
right now.
After the show, watch this video.
Let's go back to the Whitney Houston thing. Okay, you think that she was killed by the Illuminati?
I think that. That's not what I said.
Well, there is a theory she was killed by the Illuminati.
I'm scared of stuff like this.
The Illuminati is this underground group that runs the whole world.
Exactly.
If they run the whole world, why are they worried about getting in control of the world? Because they already got it.
They're not. They're just like they like sacrificing people and stuff like that.
To their
stuff like that.
To ultimately the devil.
That's what it said. So that spooked me. I don't like that stuff.
Right.
Now, Greg, you said she
reality shows that they're setting up. I'm all about that. True stories that they make up. I'm all about. Now, I'm not claiming any of this. So this ain't me.
Greg, you said she was in a hotel that was a Illuminati symbol.
Well, that whole part. If you look at that whole city block from overhead, it's like just watch it. It's scary.
So the city.
I had to play like joyful music up here to get my mood back up. I was scared for a minute during the best of show.
All right, hey,
that's why I stood at the window waving to people because it made me feel
safe. What are
safe.
the numbers? You said it was all about the numbers and the jubilee of the
numerology
queen,
of when she was born and all that stuff. Yeah, you know how that numerology, this plus this, you can take that.
So, I mean, what was their goal? They went, we need to find a successful singer that we can knock off that was born on this date?
I don't know. You just got it was so much information I couldn't keep up with.
And so it's the
but they
overhead
basically
look.
claim it's just a ritual.
Now, why does it show a field here? Oh, Whitney
and that's why
Elizabeth.
Clive Davis wouldn't let him get her body out of the room until after his party.
Because he's part of it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's all about it.
Rick.
So Clive Davis is part of the
whole entertainment industry.
Rick, let's pick it up here and see what happens.
Now, look, if you want to tell me the entertainment industry is working for Satan, I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying. I'm just telling you what this said.
Look, it even goes
I'm
to
debunking true stories and reality shows. I'm not telling you about satanic worship.
Okay.
I ain't doing that.
Let's see.
She was pronounced dead at 3:55 p.m., and this hour holds a very creepy synchronicity.
Yeah, creepy.
According to the astrological chart of Whitney Houston's birthday,
Here we go.
She was born on August 9th. Her zodiac sign was Leo, with ascendant in Pisces.
Bubba, I didn't mean to make you tear up today. Just playing this love song.
This is a very romantic song.
I said, I miss you.
Somebody say, all right, so working our way back, you heard Ken Osborne say you can text store to our text line, and you can. Some updates from the store. So it looks like the spatulas are sold out. We do have the final Christmas ornament that has the Legacy logo on it that you can have on your Christmas tree. Those are going briskly. The collectible glasses, not the kind you see through, the kind you drink from. We have put the Christmas one back. It was the first one that started last December, but since here we go into the holiday season, you can get that too. So those are new items that you have in the store. So that's some updates, and of course the last CD. Somebody run me a Z. Shut her down. Will be coming out in a few weeks. We'll let you know when that is available. It will always come out in hard copy first. And then it will go out into the streaming world, a few months later. So there you go.
I had a conversation with Kelly yesterday, and
Kelly is Bubba's speaking for us, one of the people who run our store.
Yeah,
the online store.
Yeah, she's the boss.
She's the boss.
And we got to laughing again about the spatula, and what a ordeal it's been trying to get it to market.
So fun
through them correcting the spelling on it several
over
times
and over again.
Every time we have to go through this, then they disappear and then got back, whatever. And I think with this final order, it cements itself in as the greatest Rick and Bubba item that the store ever saw by number wise, and it's just funny.
And what's funny about that is it's so apropos that the biggest selling item in Rick and Bubba merchandise history has a misspelled word on it.
Yes,
golly, that's
intentionally.
Good.
See that? I think that sums it up.
That is so perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Which kind of leads into a conversation that I'll tell you about yesterday. But let's update this first. So Trump has now picked up Michigan and Alaska, right, Speedy?
Yes, sir.
So it's $295 for Trump.
Yep.
$226 for Kamala. Trump obviously elected president.
Nevada and Arizona still yet to be called.
But he's ahead there.
Correct.
And
yes.
Speedy said he won Wisconsin, which kind of put him over the edge. Which was when that happened, you kind of knew he was heading into the right direction. Won that by 30,000 votes.
Yeah, it was really close.
So your vote's important.
Yeah,
so.
And Nevada has a right at.
I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
That's what we all do.
Nevada has right at 90% reported in, and he's got right at 51%. She's got 47.5%, and Arizona has only got, they were the ones that said it might take 14 days for them to count everything. They've only got about 70% precincts in, and he's got a 52% to 46% lead. So they feel like he's going to get both of those, and if he does, he'll finish at 312.
I guess they can keep on rattling on. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't care what y'all are doing.
No, but what I love is that he's growing so much of a lead that nothing they do can.
Well, what we say? Too big to rig.
And is this true? I think we might have it. All the states that are blue are the ones that require no ID when you go to register or when you go to vote.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's weird.
All the blue states have no ID requirements.
That's crazy.
Bubba, how do you feel about this? Scroll down, Speed. Let me see the thing about the 3 sitting presidents. So right here, it says it's now past noon. And 3 living presidents, including the sitting one, have yet to congratulate President-elect Trump. That came from...
I don't think that's accurate.
Not now. Have they finally come around now?
Yeah, Biden called him yesterday. George W. Bush had put something out on social media. I don't know if he called him or not.
Right. So that was right after, I guess, the day after.
Biden called him and VP Harris both yesterday before she went out to do her concession speech.
So Biden did call him?
Yes, that's what I heard yesterday.
Now, in all fairness, Biden thought he was running against Trump.
Well,
so he called it conceded.
Biden is going to address the nation today and concede publicly. I think he still thinks he was running.
Did you hear me trying to figure out why he's addressing the nation today? He's still president till what, January the 6th?
Well, I think he's going to try to remind everybody of that and say, hey, let's have a smooth transition and move on.
Yeah, there's no need for him to do a concession speech. He didn't run.
Yeah, well,
He ran for a little while. I'm sorry. He ran for 6 months.
He did.
You know the problem, and again, we talked about this. Vice President Harris had a terrible the optics of what she was trying to do. She obviously owed Joe Biden huge because he made her the vice president. She also owed him huge because he stepped aside to let her run. And so you can't go out there and trash the man, right? Because he's going to call you back up and say, "Well, you in great. What are you doing?"
Right.
And by going out there, and I saw several, a lot of Democratic pollsters and experts were on yesterday, as they try to break all this down.
Sure.
And said, when they gave one particular interview where she was asked directly, what would you do different? And she said, I'm very proud of what we've done, and I've been in on all the decisions.
Yeah, that was on The View.
And she said we had a friendly audience. We had a friendly interviewer.
Yep.
And we had a great time to paint a contrast. And she didn't take the shot.
Didn't do it.
But when you do that, you're also going to degrade Biden. So how do you separate yourself from that?
I still don't think they were trying to win. If they were trying to win, they just showed that they're imbeciles because they put themselves in the worst situation ever. All right, scroll back down. Did you see the Babylon Bee thing? This is going to own us all from Alabama.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah. Here's Babylon Bee. We've been keeping a close eye on Alabama all through the night.
All right.
Seeing where it's going to go.
That call happened, I think, at 6:00. Well, I think our polls closed at 7, right? So it was 7:01 that they made that.
Yeah, I told you that they did it 3 minutes in, and you said, Rick, I think it was earlier than that.
No, I think it was right out of the gate. Okay, the polls closed to Alabama.
Welcome to election coverage tonight. Alabama, we'll call it for Trump. So I don't know what, I know we toyed with this yesterday on our recap, but it feels like, I love that. Biden has said to Trump, congratulations. I'm not kidding. That it feels like to me the Democrats used this opportunity to maybe fix some things, and they knew they really didn't have a chance, and it really did feel like they redshirted some people, and they're trying to show their constituents that this grabbing the woke world and this percentage of people that are loud and angry and making them the center of our party, it does not bode well for us going forward trying to get elected.
Right.
And that message was loud and clear.
Yeah. And again, there's going to be some pendulum swinging back and forth. You got to be on the right side of that swing. And just I think the just fringe stuff just infuriated everybody. They over-prosecuted Trump. They had just left him alone. Yeah. I don't think he would have been near as strong. So I think they made a lot of strategic mistakes.
Yeah. So it was good. I mean, it was. But the bottom line is, I know most of us are grateful. Apparently, there's some people that are not, and we'll hit those coming up a little bit later on. More Rick and Bubba as the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I know this is a story we've all avoided this morning, but I don't see how we can get around it any further. It says, a woman still breastfeeds son 6, says it's perfectly natural and has no deadline for stopping.
What? I mean, you should be breastfeeding your child when he asks to be fed.
No.
No.
Well, who are you to judge?
Hey, Mom, I'm hungry. Nah, come on.
Right. I think if he has to park the car to come in to eat, I think there's a problem.
Yeah, there's got to be a deadline.
Now, this is the interview out of the paper. It says,
if you have to show up at school for him to feed.
Right. If he rides the school bus.
Well, that's the situation here. I explained to him this is the last time you can breastfeed, she told the paper. He's like, yeah, all right, Mom, and went to bed. When he came to feed in the night, I said, you're 3 now. You don't breastfeed. You're a big boy. But she reveals that he didn't want to stop.
No, she didn't want to stop.
Easy.
But Hurst, is that the lady's name? Mm-hmm. This thing is written kind of strange. Okay, Amanda Hurst. I got it. The story says no one would look twice at the sight of Amanda Hurst breastfeeding her infant son, but watching her do the same to a 6-year-old is a totally different story. I guess so. Hurst 29.
If you're wearing big boy underwear,
this is an England
story. You got to draw the line.
If you're potty trained,
right?
Oh, listen. She currently breastfeeds both her sons, 5-month-old William and 6-year-old Jonathan.
Oh, that's just awful.
She revealed this in an interview with the Daily Mail.
If you're as big as Adler, you should.
No.
She said
most 6-year-olds are.
She tried to wean Jonathan off the habit at age of 3, but she says she failed.
Well, how can you fail at it?
I'm sorry, I can't even read this.
How do you fail? Because I got to tell you something. I don't know that anybody can make you do that.
No.
Yeah. I mean, how do you fail at it?
What is the fun on this? Like 3? I can't see it.
Yeah, it's
you're too big to sit in your mom's lap.
Right.
You probably shouldn't.
Yeah, if your mom has to adjust her body to feed you, you know what I mean? Because you're standing.
If you're old enough to bake cookies to go with that milk,
right.
you probably need to.
If she's not holding you, you've just gone to get a stepladder. No.
She says that it became sporadic for a few years, and she thought that Jonathan was growing out of it until she had her second baby. At that point, Jonathan began to demand breast milk more often to keep up with his infant brother.
If at the Little League baseball game, when everybody comes in the dugout for their turn to bat, everybody gets out their water bottle, but your kid leaves the dugout and comes to the bleachers, that's an issue.
That's like Terry breastfeeding Reese right now. That's crazy.
Oh man, that's crazy.
I can't even think of that.
How about this? My
in the
9-year-old's
world?
only 3 years older than this kid.
Yes.
Now, the mom acknowledges that some may find this bizarre.
Yeah, we do. We sure do.
I know some people think it's strange, she told the Daily Mail, but I think it's perfectly natural. There are people who find it hard to understand, including my mom and dad.
I bet your dad and mom are beside themselves.
If you know your
But they
ABCs.
respect me for standing on my own decision.
Yeah, you know, grandparents normally, when a 6-year-old comes over to spend the night with the grandmom and granddad, this usually isn't in play.
Right.
Honey, what time you gonna bring the boy by? Well, I'm gonna have to pump first. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. That's not gonna happen while he's staying here. Good gracious.
It says that he even has his own age-appropriate 7-year-old girlfriend. That's what the story says.
It doesn't say
Come
that.
on now,
It
Bubba.
doesn't say
Second-
that.
Now you're making it up.
Second
Well, I
to the
got you.
last line.
Let me tell you something.
Look at
A weirdo family that would still breastfeed a 6-year-old probably thinks it's appropriate for him to have a 7-year-old girlfriend. It'd be the same bunch.
Yeah.
Because they've already shown us they're wacky.
Yeah.
That's why I'm in a wacky world.
I mean,
It doesn't say. At least maybe she goes into private for this, and not at the fountain at the mall. You know, we had that run for a while.
yeah.
Don't you know,
Like Rick's saying behind the dugout.
It was going to whoop this out right out at the mall, and then got mad if somebody turned and looked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you what. You know what? Most people think it's sweet to see a baby nursing with his mom. It's a precious thing.
That's right.
But when a 6-year-old comes over there and starts telling mama what to undo her shirt, I'm sorry, we're all going to pay attention to that.
And he's got a bottle of chocolate syrup in one hand, and here he goes. I mean, that's a little much.
Yeah, the way they make chocolate milk at that house, you don't want to know about it.
He's getting him a pop and shaking it up.
If you're losing your baby teeth, you should probably stop.
That's right.
Yeah, it's just if they're already talking about braces, you need to.
Thank you for being with us today. I will tell you, we are not doing a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. So if you are looking for one this weekend, go back and catch some maybe that you missed. So today, brought to you in part by themanchurch.com. We've been talking a lot about the various churches, things going on. We have man churches going on this week, but I want to focus on 25. 3 man church conferences are coming up. Birmingham, Alabama, January 24th and 25th. Panama City, February 21st and 22nd. And Decatur, Georgia, coming up on February 28th through March the 1st. Now, each conference has a unique lineup of speakers, and then Andy Blanks and I from Team Man Church, we will be speaking at all 3, and Chuck Hooten does worship at all 3. But it's a different lineup. You can go to all of them. You can go to one of them. If you go to themanchurch.com now, you'll see the logo. Click on that. And it has the 3 dates there, the conferences. Right now, I got an update yesterday. I know for Atlanta, that's Decatur, Georgia. It's about 45 minutes from Atlanta. I know Atlanta and I know Birmingham. We also have talked with the hotels there, and you can get blocks of rooms for your group. Also, there'll be a price increase coming up in December. A great idea for Christmas gifts too, ladies, or if you're just someone who would like to give somebody that so they can go to these coming up. So Birmingham, you'll have Hugh Free speaking, Granger Smith, George Wright, Andy Blanks, and I will be there. Panama City, you'll have Dean and Sarah, Rich Wingo, and Ted Traylor. Andy Blanks and I will be there. In Decatur, Georgia, you'll have Jeff Struker, Scott Dawson, and Landon Dowden will be there. So, and of course, Andy and I will be there as well. So find all those details at themanchurch.com and go ahead and grab those tickets now. And something new that has been added for Birmingham and Atlanta is blocks of hotel rooms. We're working with some hotels there, too.
Give me that Georgia city again.
Decatur, Georgia.
Are you saying it right?
I think so. I've had.
Does it look like Dracula?
It does.
Yeah,
and
I had one of my best friends.
I wanted to
in
say
the world
Dracula, and they wouldn't let me do it.
He used to live there,
and then
we used to
Decula,
have this conversation all the time too. I think you're saying it
there's
right.
There's Decula. It's not Dracula. Everybody shot me down on that.
Yes,
so I think it's
I used to
Decula.
call it just Dracula.
Decula, Georgia.
When Taylor coached at Grayson, they used to play them, and I never could get the name right.
Now let me tell you what happened when Team Man Church. Obviously I'm part of a team, So some things I'm really involved in, other things, the Iron Heel Press and all they're handling. So when they got this relationship with this church, and this pastor there is fantastic, and it's a wonderful facility, I said, so of all the places in Georgia near Atlanta, you're giving me one that's hard to say.
Right.
Why would you do that to me? Could we not find one that was, maybe Villa Rica? I say that with a lot of. I can really. Douglasville's good. So Bremen is a dandy. So anyway, so however you say that, y'all know where it is. So all those details.
No, I think you're pretty close to it.
Yeah, I know that Dracula's wrong because that's what I wanted to do because it looks like Dracula, and I got shot down. I got shot down pretty quick on that one. So I was going to tell you a funny story. So yesterday, just in daily life, and you go out and about, and you meet people, and so I had a guy come up to me, and he was very emotional. Okay, and poor guy, and he's very, very emotional, and he comes up to me and he says, "Are you Rick from Rick and Bubba?" And I said, yes, I am. Nice to see. And he gets emotional. And I was like, it's okay, man. You all right? I can't believe this. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, when I came to this country, and he had kind of a broken English, but his English was actually pretty good. By the way, hang in there. This is going to be a credit to this show, not trying to brag.
Not trying to brag, but I got a meter on my shirt.
His English was actually pretty good. And he starts telling me about his incredible story, which is America. Mm-hmm. He came here legally. He said, I came here with nothing. Sounds familiar, right? We've had great legal immigration stories like this. I didn't know anything. I ended up in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I found y'all's show on the radio, and here it comes. And that was my introduction to America. And I said, okay. And then I start feeling kind of, oh no, what have we done? And he said, y'all were the voice that. And then the next statement happened. Y'all taught me English.
No!
And I just stopped.
How's that going?
And I said, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. And he was like, why are you sorry? I said, your grammar's probably really bad. And I'm so sorry. We taught you terrible grammar. And
did he have a slight Southern accent?
He did.
Yeah.
And it was strange because he was clearly, Latino.
Right.
And he had kind of his English sounded like he was from Alabama. I mean, it really did.
So it kind of sounded like he was from Southern Mexico.
Right.
Yeah.
But he got so emotional, and I said, you know what? I'm glad that we were some sort of ambassadors for you. Please don't go around and tell people, if just a little tip, don't tell everybody you learned English from Rick and Bubba. I just probably
He wasn't holding the spatula.
No, but you know what was really, and this is what we don't want to destroy, and we've all been screaming. Now I'm going, here we go, turning a little serious here. His story, he's doing great. He has developed 2 different businesses. He's got multiple locations for the 2 different businesses he's doing. And he's an entrepreneur, and he's doing great. Okay, and that's the way it's supposed to work. But what if you get here, and we've destroyed the very structure of what allows you to come here and seek a true new life and to maximize your God-given potential through what? Liberty and capitalism. You know what he learned? English from Rick and Bubba and capitalism. And he's done great. It was a fascinating story, except for the part about choosing us to teach them English. Right.
Sorry.
Now, I've heard of people listening to soap operas to learn.
Right.
Yeah. Let's one.
Yeah, most soap
Dracula.
Yeah. We're all trying it out.
That'd be Dracula.
Yeah, I think that's how, Jeff, you say it. Dracula.
Hey, let me tell you, in Dracula, we're going to have Jeff Struker come and the Black Hawk Down guy. I mean, he's the one. I mean, you talk about somebody comes and get after you, too. Mm-hmm. See, there's men, they're just getting their tickets to go to that. They think they have no idea when that guy gets on stage what's going to happen. I mean, he is intense.
And I just called the Chick-fil-A in Dracula.
Good.
To ask them. I think she goes, "Thank you for calling Chick-fil-A." I was like, "How do you pronounce your town?" And she was like, Dracula. And I was like, Thank
it.
you.
That's it. That's
Duh.
how I used to say it.
Thank you. I'll take
Did you
12
ask-
Now, I
nuggets.
would call it Dracula to him,
would
and
too.
he would say, "You mean Dracula?"
Right.
Tequila.
Would you do me a favor and ask them to change the C to a Q? That would help us all.
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
And I said, thanks, have a great day. And
So-
she was like, okay. And
So
she even
so
forgot to say
Adler-
my pleasure. She forgot.
Is that the way? Is that the way we find out local information? You call the local Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I was wondering
Yep.
about that.
I've had to do that several times for many,
But
many
that you
churches.
choose Chick-fil-A for that local information.
I got a gas station one time. It's just like any old number. That I'm like, they're probably open. They'll probably answer.
You know, we were asking. Of course, it wouldn't do
Unless
that.
you have a question on Sunday.
Right.
Then you're out.
But do y'all remember? And we were talking about this. By the way, people keep asking me about the Christmas ornament. How do you find it at the store?
You know.
Is it sold out?
I think so because
Okay.
whenever you get a server error, that normally means
Because
it's
I remember,
out.
I know that Adler put it out on the Rick and Bubba social media with the link right to it.
Yeah.
So if you're hitting that link and it's saying it ought to tell you about it usually says when something's sold out that the supply or something's inefficient for your order. It's never just you can't see it at all. So there may be
Yeah,
something.
see, this is when you click on it. That's what you get, which normally means it's sold out.
Okay, all right. Well, I've asked the store. Bubba brought up Kelly, who runs it, who's the boss. I've asked her. I'll let y'all know. So I was thinking, the days before GPS, because you were just mentioning this. Do you remember like going out to go somewhere? This was even before MapQuest. We thought MapQuest it'd never get better than MapQuest. But do you remember how standard it was to pull into a gas station?
Get them out.
And walk in and just ask the guy, hey, we're looking for, the church here in Tequila because we want to go to Man Church Conference. Are we anywhere near this? And by the way, don't forget, the actual church hosting it is Hebron. So I struggle with that word too.
Hebron in Tequila.
Yeah, wow. I'm like, can we not do First Baptist in Bremen? But anyway, but you remember when you'd walk in and ask the people that work there at the gas station?
There was actually people working at the gas
Right,
station.
yeah.
Rick,
But they were crucial on directions.
Listen, I remember, and my kids just scream when I tell the story. I remember going to the gas station. And someone comes out and fills your gas up and cleans your window.
At no extra charge. That was standard.
And see, I know how to clean a window from watching that.
Yeah.
And they're always in amazement when I know how to do it, and I do, and I sling that water off and rub it off, sling it,
bring it back,
sling
again.
it, rub it, and
Yeah.
they go, "How did you learn how to do that?"
Right.
I said, "Watching somebody do it when I was a little tight."
Right.
Yep.
So that was
And then it slowly went to we had one self-serve, one full serve.
Do you remember they check your oil? They check
they check.
and they bring it over and show it to you.
A butterball.
Now
down there
you
at
can't find anybody to talk to. Some of them are automated, or if they do have somebody there, you don't communicate well.
They knew about cars and they knew how to get you somewhere. Now,
and
some
Rick, you could get the folding maps, but if you got really fancy, you got the ones that were laminated.
Oh,
Kept in
yeah.
cars.
That's big money.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We love spelling bee humor. Now, I've never desired, nor have, apparently any of my children have desired, to win spelling bees. As a matter of fact, I don't understand my children. I don't even know how you describe this problem they have. They can learn spelling words for a spelling test, and then 2 days later, you ask them to write a sentence, and they'll misspell every word in it.
Right.
It's like they know how to do the test, but they are not retaining the words.
Spelling bees never fired me up.
Oh, gosh, spelling bees.
I don't know why.
I told you February
Because-
took me and half the class out. We kept leaving that R off right after the B.
All right.
I would always miss the second word because I didn't want to continue.
First off, to me,
you want to go out first. But.
And I guess that's why I wasn't a good speller. But it's just pure memorization.
Yeah.
Of a single language.
Yep.
That to me doesn't show any creativity. You know what I mean?
Was that why you didn't into it?
Well,
It wasn't challenging enough to you?
No. I'm not saying not challenging.
Or consistency.
But
none.
But it leads to a let's just say they had spelling bees back when Latin was the main language. You memorize the language, it died, so did you, nothing accomplished. I mean, it's just it's just memorization of
use?
something that is going to fade away eventually.
You're talking about what's the use?
Yeah. I mean, if you develop something in science or arts, it may still be here. You designed the Great Pyramid, we're still looking at it.
Right. How about that?
I mean,
Yeah. And plus, with spell check now, why do you even need to know?
Right. We have silly. You know why a computer can do it? It's just memorization.
Well, it's just like the other night, my son was all bogged down with his math homework, and I said, get a calculator, knock it out. It's what you do in the real world.
You know, and Rick, because I'm bad at it, and I do respect people who are good spellers because they are. It's a good memory. But, you know, seals memorize how to play horns, too. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean they can do anything that matters.
Right, yeah. And now we're putting it on ESPN.
So you're likening a spelling bee champion to a seal blowing a horn.
You know?
I think he did just make that.
Yeah, he did. Well, ESPN's covering the spelling bee, and it's no better than a seal blowing a horn.
It's just memorization.
It is.
I look, and I'm not doubting that, but I'm saying it is what it is.
Right.
It's just, and then they, you know, if you can't spell, well, you're ignorant. Well, no, I just don't memorize stuff when I could be thinking about other things.
Can I tell you this?
He got made fun of for not being able to spell.
He did, by the way. I could tell.
Oh no,
still does.
I'm a terrible speller.
Still gets made fun of it.
Terrible speller, bad typer. That's really a bad combination. Even spell check can't defeat me.
Let me tell you this: of the two, watch a spelling bee. Even with my children participating, or watching a seal honk horns, I'm with the seal.
Oh, I love seal honking.
You throw in juggling balls, I'm with the seal.
I'm telling you, the way they'll put it on the
that
nose.
is skill right there.
It is.
How about this? Anything with the seal, I'm watching.
I like seal shows.
I do too.
All right, here we go.
They're almost human.
So here's some kind of county spelling bee.
Yes, and a kid is standing up top. He's at the microphone, and it's a county spelling bee. They're up on stage, and heron is the word. Heron, Heron.
The bird, like
and he has a tough time with
well,
it.
who wouldn't?
The
But
great blue heron.
He eventually gets it, though.
But
I think he's got a future in politics.
Yeah, let me tell you why I love this kid. He reminds me of myself when I was in school because I was an excellent staller if I knew I was in trouble to try to think of what I was going to say.
Right.
And this guy knows he doesn't know the word, and he stalls for 2 minutes. And
yeah. Well, he claims he can't understand what she's saying.
I love it.
All right, here we go.
Let's hear him. County spelling bee.
Heron.
May I please speak the word?
Heron.
Look that way.
May I please give me the definition?
A wading bird that has a long neck and legs, a long tapering bill with a sharp point and sharp cutting edges.
All right, stop
large
the tape.
Wings,
Stop the tape.
Here's the problem. I mean, what? They're not English.
Well,
no wonder he doesn't understand.
But Bubba, here's my point. This is why all spelling bees have become predictable. Here we are once again. You get to the final rounds. The only people sitting there are Asian. Every one of them's Asian.
I think he's Eskimo.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Well, he should know what a heron is.
All right, go ahead. Eskimo.
May I please speak the word?
Heron.
They're all Eskimos.
May you please use it in a sentence?
If Gail had not seen the heron fly down from the tree, she would have insisted that the huge bird nested on the ground.
May you please speak the word?
Heron.
I love this guy.
What's the word again?
Heron.
Hair wink?
Heron.
Hair row?
Heron.
Hairline?
Heron.
Hurling?
Heron.
There's no way.
May I please speak the word?
Heron. Heron.
Love this. Look. She's unshakable.
Yeah, baby. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today as we move forward. We're glad you're here. We've given you a few updates. I know a lot of us yesterday were anxiously awaiting yesterday's installment of The View. Would the ladies even come to work? They did, and we have some clips from them. We will get started by just kind of doing the opening. No surprise here. Joey Behar announced to the team that she'll start. But anyway, they
yeah, we all were kind of look. I'm not wanting to do a victory lap on this, but I do enjoy seeing them get so tore up about losing.
Yeah,
I mean they're just so over the top. Good Lord!
But the way they have behaved now, if they had behaved as classy people who weren't trash talking and didn't call people names, didn't run people down, they're no different than Trump. It's just if they do it, we're supposed to applaud them. If Trump does the same thing they do, he's mean. And that's the way the left always plays. But anyway, so here is the opening of The View right here. Here we go. And I know they're emotional.
So, how you feel? I'll start. Yeah, go ahead. My takeaway is that the system works. We live in a democracy. People spoke. This is what people wanted. I vehemently disagree with the decision that Americans made, but I feel very, very hopeful that we have a democratic system in this country. We should value it. We should love it. We should protest if the situation arises that we need to protest, which I'm sure it will. And I've been through this before with Nixon. It's been very difficult, but boy, oh boy, do we have a country if we can keep it.
Of course, it was a republic if we could keep it, but
this if we can keep the country thing is amazing to me. I don't think that the biggest threat to the country is running it in the ground, not somebody taking it from you.
Thank you. Yeah, there we go. And
Sonny was the one that got unhinged, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to work?
Yeah, let's hear all of them. Yeah, I want to hear the whole. I want to view the view.
Here's Sarah Haynes. Now, keep in mind, we just celebrated people's freedom, and here's Sarah Haynes saying we have too much freedom. So here we go.
Finland, kids in nursery school are learning to discern between fake news and real news. They should be teaching that in this country. Teach children tolerance, teach them to think critically.
Here comes Sarah.
Well, it would help if we could regulate social media, because one of the biggest offenders is D.C. and Congress have not been able to do one thing in regard to the rogue corporations of social media.
Not going to get any better with Elon Musk now in the...
Yeah, they're rogue. If you want to start by cleaning that up, let's start with Instagram, Facebook, Google, all that.
Yes.
Now, see, she's talking.
News.
She's acting. Yeah, she's acting like Elon Musk has ruined the party. You know, that's the thing.
That's what it is.
Ruined the party.
She went
by
over.
letting us have free
She
speech.
went over to her little liberal, we control all thought party, and she looked over in the punch bowl, and Elon Musk had been there, and he left something floating.
Yep.
That's the First Amendment, guys, for a reason.
Here's Sonny Hostin. Most people say this was the rant of the day on The View. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty red last night. I don't know. I'm profoundly disturbed. I think if you look at the New York Times this morning, the headline was America makes a perilous choice. I think that in 2016, we didn't know what we would get from a Trump administration, but we know now. And we know now that he will have almost unfettered power. And so I worry not about myself, actually. I don't worry about my station in life. I worry about the working class. I worry about my mother, a retired teacher. I worry about our elderly and their Social Security and their Medicare. I worry about my children's future, especially my daughter, who now has less rights than I have. And I remember my father telling me many, many years ago that I was the first person in his family to enjoy full civil rights. And now I have less civil rights than I had when he told me that. So again, I'm profoundly disturbed that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution did not prevent someone who participated in an insurrection from becoming president of the United States. I think that going forward, the convicted felon box on employment applications better be taken off, because if you can be the president of the United States...
Oh, my goodness gracious.
So listen, Sonny, look, you're a smart lady. This is what I don't get. How today do you have less rights than you had 24 hours ago? How does your daughter have less rights than you did? I mean, can you just give me any example on that? Was she denied a water fountain or a drinking spot or something? What are you talking about?
She's talking about abortion, but that doesn't even apply.
It doesn't.
No, listen.
She's upset because her daughter may not be able to take the life of her grandchildren.
Listen, the abortion issue is divisive and passionate as it is. I certainly have my belief in it.
Sure. But the right's not gone.
But the way our Constitution is set up, that should be a state issue. It always should have been a state issue. The demos and the left, listen, they made a huge mistake making it a federal issue, because if the federal government can give it to you, it can take it away.
Right.
Okay?
Well, the numbers that I was seeing when it was given back to the states, has actually been more.
Yeah,
since
I
that moment.
I think three states voted yesterday to limit or to hold the bans that they currently have. 8 or 9 states voted to make it easier.
Yeah.
So the process, again, I'm not for that, but the process of American self-rule is working.
Yes.
And that's the way it should work. And if I was in charge, one of the things in the post-mortem of this election, I would tell the Democrats, you're better to have it at the state level if you really want to protect it.
It was oddly a win for pro-life and pro-choice people to have it go to the states. Like you know.
Here's
you're always better to settle issues on the local level as opposed to the state or the national level. So the closer it is to home, which the state would be in this case, is a better place to have that debate.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we let that get away. We took what Bubba just said with education and let the federal government in, and look what they did. The federal government needs to be doing the things the Constitution says they have to do, and everything else should be in the states. Here's Sonny Hostin saying something that's just completely wrong, like all the other things she just said that is wrong, about what this election was about. Here we go.
I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed-race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country.
Well, I think it
That is ridiculous.
You got to have a better candidate.
Is that what you have to tell yourself to get ready in the morning? It absolutely was a rejection of policy.
Of course.
We don't care about skin color. We've passed that.
Proving it.
8 years, a black family ran the free world. Sonny, come on. You're the one that wanted us to vote for her about something outside of policy. You want us to vote for her solely because of her race.
Yeah, Sonny is actually making the argument, Rick, that people voted against her because of her race, while she's saying they should have supported her because of her race.
And her gender. We were supposed to vote for her because she was a female who was mixed race and married to a Jewish man. I'm sorry, I have to look at policy.
No matter what her qualifications.
It had everything to do with it, and character.
Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy.
Okay, so Blaze TV. I love the feedback. An incredible resource this is. The times we're living in, even the fact that Trump won, you're still going to face a media out there that now will try to tear down this administration. And for you to be able to hear true journalism, you're going to have to be with Blaze Media. You need an independent media source. And I hope you saw that loud and clear if you watched the election coverage. Why not take advantage of the biggest discount yet and get $40 off an annual subscription? If you love the content from this show and the content from the other host, I mean, there's even some incredible comedy on Blaze TV, and of course the journalism, is a breath of fresh air. So why don't you support what Blaze Media stands for and go to blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Use the code RICK40 at checkout and get $40 off, and subscribe to Blaze TV today.
Heron.
Herring.
Heron.
It's a big bird.
Harangue.
Heron.
Hair one. Yes.
I just go spell it. Whatever.
Heroin. Maybe speak the word.
Heron.
Maybe please give me the definition.
A wading bird that has a long neck and legs, a long tapering bill with a sharp point and sharp cutting edges.
Heron. Heron. Heron.
Well, how long did it take him to get that?
Wait a minute. The first time she said it, it didn't dawn on him?
She gave him that definition.
I like when he kept making her repeat the word. He's throwing out examples.
Herring.
That didn't even
All
close.
right, do you think he was dared by his friends, as we would have done? I tell you what, if you don't get up there with Mrs. Taylor and keep asking her to repeat the word over
hairline.
If he did, he's good.
I tell you what, he's a hero to his friends.
Yeah.
Of course, if he's that deep into the spelling bee, he probably didn't have many. But Well, because you wouldn't spend a lot of time doing anything else.
He had that one.
Yeah, all I'm saying
It
is.
smelt a little.
Gosh, Greg.
Well, the stinky kid's his friend. You know that.
You ain't got to say everything that you think of.
RT.
You know the speller and the stinky kid hang out together.
Oh, Greg, man.
They do. Even Eskimos. It ain't no different. They're just in a igloo.
Me, please repeat the word.
Hairline. See, he got ridiculous. Have you ever seen the movie Step Brothers when they're at this job interview and this lady's trying to give them her name's Pam? They go, Pan? Oh, I got it. P-A-N-D, panned. No, it's Pam. And it goes on and on. That's what it reminded me of.
Okay.
Are they doing it on purpose?
Yeah. No, they're just, if you just see the movie, they're a little off.
Oh, are they? Yeah. That's right up your alley.
Yeah.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 6 minutes now past the hour. A brand new hour is rolling now, and we're glad that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler, as you heard, all here today. You also heard, it's Bill Bubba Bussy. He's here. Rick,
Glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
We're all here. So we're looking back at breakdowns, public hosts who are leftists, and they just can't wrap their mind around. We were walking, taking the journey to the restroom in the break. Yeah, and a little stroll, and getting our walk in this morning, and and so I was like, why can't they understand that the GOP and the current state of the Democratic Party, they're like two restaurants, and they're not that far from each other. And everybody, this last time you looked up, and everybody was eating at the GOP restaurant. even people that you thought should come to your restaurant if you're a Democrat. You're like, what are the black men doing over there at the GOP restaurant? What are the Latinos doing over there? What are young people doing over there eating? And they keep going to the GOP restaurant and they're not coming to ours. Could it be that the food at the GOP restaurant is just better?
Yes.
Your food's
More
not
enjoyable.
as good. Your food's not as good. Why don't you have better food?
And we may have eaten at the other restaurant several times, and we just wanted to change.
Sick. Well, kept getting sick. Yeah, it didn't work. It is about policy, as we told Sonny going to the break. I know you live in a world where people should vote for people because of some agenda, but we kind of think you should vote for people because their policies are really good and they work, how they govern. So anyway, here we go. We continue with the View, then we'll get to some late night host. The only one we haven't heard from yet is Alyssa. Is that her name? Alyssa? Yeah. So here is Alyssa, and is it Alyssa Farah Griffin?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
She's going to respond to Sonny.
To Sonny.
So why do you think that uneducated white women voted against their reproductive health freedoms, and why do you think Latino men voted in favor of someone that's going to deport, says he's going to deport the majority of his community?
White women like being called uneducated white women. I think the economy matters, national security matters. But when you put people in these boxes, I think that's a takeaway from this race.
Thank you.
I think the economy matters.
Yeah, maybe this world y'all have created, people rejected. Could be that. Like people don't really like being called, dumb for voting for Trump. You're saying that the only reason they voted for Trump is because they're uneducated and white.
Right.
So
there was an education gap in some of the polling that was more than ever, I think. They said college degreed people were voting Democrat and those without were voting Republican at a higher rate than they ever had before, and they're making a lot out of that. Then they're calling it the education gap.
Yeah.
I tell you what it could be. I'd call it an indoctrination gap.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look, the numbers are in. 37% of Americans have a college degree. So she's basically saying 63% of America is stupid because she's putting them in the uneducated. They're educated. They're just because you didn't go to have a college degree doesn't mean you're not educated.
Right.
And also when you spend $1 billion, which the Democrats did, $1 billion to win this election. Get every big celebrity you can. Hollywood's all about you. The big, LeBron James, Steph Curry, all the big
Taylor
superstars.
Swift, I thought that was the home run there.
Yeah, and you still get blown away.
They couldn't even win with Taylor Swift.
And they don't have it in them to look at themselves and go, well, maybe it's our policy.
Maybe
Instead, they still want to blame America.
You can get the most influential people in the world to hawk a bad product, and it's still a bad product.
Yes.
A majority of Latino men voted for Trump. So according to them, the majority of Latino men are racist.
Yeah.
Against themselves?
Yeah.
What's that? What are we talking
Didn't Joe Scarborough say something about that?
I believe so.
Yeah. To Al Sharpton, he was saying that.
Oh, yeah, we do have that clip.
Yeah, you did hear Karl Rove try to say, too, so 25% of black men are racist?
Right.
That all voted for Trump?
Walk that out.
Anyway, here we go. Alyssa Farah Griffin continues about Trump's victory. Here we go.
It is a moment to listen to the voters. And this, I have to say, I've always thought he could win. I thought in the final stretch she might eke it out. I didn't expect it to be this resounding, and I think there are some lessons from it. I think we forget about rural America. I think the working class feels left behind. They feel like the powerful, the elite only care about them and their power. And he spoke to them. We may not have liked his words, but they turned out for him. I mean, the map was, it was beyond Reagan what we saw last night. And I think we need to start listening more about the concerns of everyday Americans who feel like this system is failing.
Not really like Reagan. No, don't compare this to Reagan.
Well, Reagan, state-wise, was superior, but I think what everybody can't argue with is Trump did not barely win.
Yeah,
he won huge.
The majority of people disagree with y'all.
I didn't think Republicans would get a popular vote victory in my life. Honestly, once it stopped, I thought we were done.
But just even look at the Electoral College, though. It was massive.
Yeah.
And we're still going to add some more on, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's go to the late night folk.
Oh.
Yes.
Did Jimmy Kimmel cry?
Jimmy Kimmel gets a little choked up.
Okay.
Little Mr. Ricky cried over the line.
For women, it was a terrible night. For women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go. For healthcare, for our climate, for our allies in Ukraine.
Oh my goodness.
no.
Can somebody get him to a doctor and get his testosterone?
Seriously, bro, work out, lay off the booze, do
Come
something,
on.
get more sleep, something,
Please,
brother.
pull it together, Jimbo.
Less soy
together.
products. Do something. Get your levels checked.
And then there's Cecil the Lion.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
when he cried about Cecil the Lion, I thought,
Goodness.
But everything Jimmy just listed, it just isn't true. That's not true.
No,
it's not true.
Now he put on a skit before the show and act like he was packing stuff, leaving the country, and well, I don't watch the show because it's too late. It comes on too late. The Mexican guy that they always have on, he comes in, asks him why he's leaving. It's pretty funny.
Okay, so he did make fun of him saying that he was.
Well, I mean, he was still running his point, but it was pretty funny skit.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad he used some humor. Rob Reiner, everybody keeps reminding us, didn't he say he was going to set himself on fire?
Who, Meathead?
Yeah.
Somebody that got famous being called Meathead?
Right. But didn't he say he was going to set
I hope not, because he better.
Didn't he say he was going to set himself on fire?
I think he did.
People are reminding us of that, and it's like maybe I don't remember it correctly, but it was something drastic.
It was something crazy.
Yeah, but anyway. All right, who's next on the late night?
Here's Colbert. It's bleeped, but these are his first words as part of his opening
I like
monologue,
Punch, yeah.
and it is bleeped, just so you know.
Well, it happened again. After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Almost like you rehearsed that. The deep shock and sense of loss is enormous.
Okay, buddy.
All right.
Again,
they just can't figure it out.
What have you lost? What have you lost that you had yesterday or Monday? Nothing. You're actually going to have a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if I was the pipeline people, I'd be fired up.
Oh, yeah. And drill, baby.
Oh, get the drilling rigs ready.
Here's Jimmy Kimmel, who I think we would all like to hang out with. He seems like fun, but God love him on his phone.
Yeah. Very talented.
That's all right.
Last night, America decided to get back with their crazy ex and elect Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. No matter who you voted for, I think all Americans can agree it's going to be a rough Thanksgiving.
Okay.
What's going to be so rough about it? The fact that may have jobs?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
It was a
we're
rough
just gonna have to ignore this for the next couple months.
Well,
That's
look what y'all
gonna be
did to
like.
look what y'all did to the price of turkey.
Turkey's going to be cheaper, hopefully.
No, not that quick.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
right. Yeah,
we still gonna have to play under the old rules for a little bit longer. Hey, stock market seemed fired up yesterday.
Yeah.
Went nuts.
Wow, stock market.
Hey,
needed that.
Bitcoin all-time high as soon as it was locked in for Trump. Bitcoin
Release
went all-time high.
The Kraken.
EV stock down a little bit, but
Yeah, we'll take your phone calls next, America. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you see the picture of what this thing
Yeah.
looked like?
Oh, yeah.
too?
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
mean, that is unbelievable, isn't it?
Anytime you give me a primate with his eyes up front, look out.
I mean, some big old weird
Big old
looking, I'm
googly
a
eyes, too.
Martian looking eye type things. Airport guards catch man smuggling rare primate in his pants.
You know, if you're going to smuggle a rare primate.
Now, this came from New Delhi, too, Rick, which in New Delhi, don't they think that everybody's reincarnated into animals?
What you could say here, if you were Hindu, you're smuggling a cousin in your pants.
Well, I mean, what if this is your uncle? I mean, is that any way to appreciate him by cramming him down your underwear? I don't think so.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean? That just doesn't seem right. That's the explanation airport guards at New Delhi's International Airport gave Sunday for detaining a man from the United Arab Emirates who allegedly had the tiny red-eyed creature hidden in his underwear.
Red-eyed creature.
I know.
It says big-eyed. It doesn't say red-eyed.
Oh, it says red. I thought it said red-eyed. My bad.
So you put red in a place of big.
It clearly says big.
Well, I thought it was red. I thought he had red eyes. The guards were conducting a routine pat-down at the Dubai-bound passenger y'all got me shook up now. Dubai-bound passenger when they discovered the rare, slender, Would you like to try the name of that?
Yeah, is it
Loiis?
Is it this creature? Is it called a loris? Yeah, it's a loris. It's a nocturnal
what
primate.
if you're patting down that thing moves? God, can you imagine that?
That's ridiculous.
Can you imagine
Rick,
that?
really, quite frankly, I don't think we can read the rest of this story.
Can we just stop reading?
They describe the animal and its size.
Yes, they do.
It's the species native to Sri Lanka. How did we say that?
Sri Lankan.
Sri Lankan.
I'm totally guessing.
Well, we had those folks on before.
The shooting team.
Yeah,
Yes.
Sri Lankan. And it's listed as endangered under the Wildlife Protection Act of India. Well, I bet that's a long list.
How big is it?
Well, Speedy, they say that
it's not very big, 25 centimeters.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go metric.
Really?
throw him off.
I got it though.
Right. I'm going to go metric system, and I'm not even a fan of the metric system.
yeah, I think that's the best.
Remember it was taking over?
It's not. How about this? As far as creatures go, not a very large creature.
No.
But it's
But who would want
Talking
that?
about that red-eyed devil?
Who would want that in their pants? Really?
No. Because
you're taking volunteers, no.
Because to me, this goes back to people.
I don't want things. Well, you know what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this: you just like exotic pet people. See, I spend so much of my life trying not to have snakes in my house. Why would I bring one in?
Oh boy!
I try, extremely hard, to make sure I'm not encountering, meat-eating animals, so I wouldn't put them in my house.
I get it now.
I also go through life trying to keep creatures out of my pants, so I wouldn't put one in there.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so
right. I go to great lengths to be sure that doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, if you think we were surprised, you should have been security guard.
Oh boy, don't you know what happens when that pat down's going on?
When the little Lois starts moving, you got to start asking some questions. Huh?
But that's what
fella.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a Lois in your pocket?
Hello, fella.
Or
yeah, I know, and every one of us are avoiding that line.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be good, but
that's what you come up with. I always try to. I go back to when you come up with a plan.
Maybe a backpack that you try to hide it in there. I know they look.
Putting it in my pants.
Can I be honest with you? And I know you got to put that through the
X-ray machine, but
people don't give those backpacks much of a look, really. I mean, if you can.
Well, you got all kind of crap in there. You got computers and 50 million wires to hook it up and all that other stuff. Would they see little tiny bones or what?
You know what I might do with the tiny Loris? I might put it on my shoulder and just walk through as if it's not real.
Or
because those nocturnal animals don't move much in the light anyway.
Or Rick, if you got big hair like that commercial we were talking about, stick it in your hair.
Yeah,
there you go.
Like it's a bow, like a hairy bow.
I want this one, not that one.
Right, because the backpack's going through the scanner. That's good. Right, the backpack's going in the scanner.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking
and
at
obviously, if you put it in your britches, that's not good. Mm-hmm. There's all sorts of danger you put because you don't know a tiny little Loris with those. Look at him; he's got a little posable thumb.
Yeah,
he's probably got little razor sharp teeth.
I'll say this: I wouldn't want him loose on the airplane.
No.
I'm anti things loose on airplanes.
And by the way, this guy's going through all this. He's now arrested. Is the demand for the Loris that high?
Yeah.
Was
it worth it?
You almost understand the guy who has, a 10-carat diamond.
The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now as we chat with America. You can join us at the number that Ken Osborne just gave you. We'll start with Lewis out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Lewis, thank you for taking time to be with us. How are you today?
I'm good today.
What's on your mind, buddy?
Two things. I'm Latin, and I do not understand the confusion by the Liberal Party that Latin Hispanic people voted for the Conservative Party, for the conservative candidate.
Right.
Latin people are conservative. If you were raised in the Catholic Church,
right,
and hold those principles, think whatever you want of the Catholic Church. I'm not a fan myself, but the values are conservative values. So I don't understand the confusion there. And then on top of that, you got somebody like Joy Reid talking about women should have voted for Kamala Harris just to protect their gender. These are the same people that want men to use the same restroom as my daughter and my granddaughter.
Yeah. Well, where's the disconnect, Lewis? I mean, you're right. They go to a conservative, as you said, in general, group of people, and say, we want you to embrace homosexual marriage. We want you to embrace transgender. We want you to embrace abortion at any time. And they can't understand why the Latino community says we reject those things. I'm sorry. You can demonize the right all you want to. They're not asking us to compromise our faith. They're not asking us to compromise our principles. You're right. I don't know what the disconnect is there. They think if they can, tell you what to do, you're supposed to do it, and then there'll be the same people that act like they stand up for minorities. Yeah. I mean,
exactly. And the black male population used to be very conservative themselves. They voted with the Liberal Party, but when you speak to them face to face, man to man, they held conservative values. But here lately, these crazy left-wing things are being pushed to the black male population.
Yeah, you're right.
For the most part, the whole LGBTQ. I mean, look at Charlemagne the God. A few years ago, not so much anti-gay, but if that entered the black community in conversation, it was shut down. It was, not nice things were said about it.
Yeah, no, your point's valid. They don't seem to know the room, and they think that if they tell you how you're supposed to feel, and they can tell you who your enemies are, you're just supposed to listen to them.
Yeah.
And by the way, you have to take spoons of this other stuff and just get over it. Yep. But it is odd. He makes a great point. How can right now the left on one topic, the transgender athletic view they have of biological males, and that biological males, as he mentioned, can go in dressing rooms and restrooms with your daughters and your wives and your sisters, and then they claim that they're the party of women. Just on that topip, they're off. They're in a fake world, as we've said a million times.
It just didn't make sense. No. There was no logic to it.
Right. Chipley, Florida. JT standing by. JT, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Let's give a shout out also to J.D. Vance. Semper Fi, J.D.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's done a great job communicating the policies and why there needs to be change, and I think he played a big role in communicating that message clearly.
If you looked, normally the VP doesn't make a lot of difference, but if you look at the polling data, as VP Harris was trending down, Trump was trending up. They crossed about the time of the VP debate.
Yeah. Let's go to Denise. Denise, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
That's the garbage truck backing up over the Democratic Party.
Denise.
Okay, she did the beat.
Denise.
She did the backup beat.
Let's go to Grant. Grant, go. You're on the Rick and Bubba show.
Y'all ever heard of olfactory fatigue?
I don't think so. What exactly is that, other than what it's called?
Yeah, so olfactory is a nerve in your head that produces a sense of smell. So when you're around the same smell, you can't smell it anymore.
Right.
These lefties been in a bubble sniffing their farts too long. They don't know it stinks no more.
Yeah, they have put themselves in a bubble. Yeah. You're talking about. I
feel like Greg gave him that analogy.
Yeah,
for some reason, I don't know why, but
we continue. Let's go to Kay. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Kay, go ahead.
Hey, so I know y'all like the meltdowns as much as I do. So
Did we lose her?
Oh man.
I have a feeling she was going to give us a good meltdown. We'll see too. We continue. John, Decatur, 100.3, The River. John, go ahead.
Yeah, not in Decatur, a little south, out in the country.
Okay.
But I listen to you guys all the time, and you very seldom miss a point, but you missed one this morning on the uneducated. Well, we may be uneducated. I can't tell you a story. I got a year of college or two, but not really educated, but I'd like to think of myself as learned. And you can be learned as all get out and be uneducated.
Yeah.
I've known some really smart men who had maybe sixth grade education, including my grandparents or two. And I guess I'm wanting to say is my family's pretty deep rooted in common sense.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And Speedy did kind of make that point, but
Yes.
I'm glad you doubled down on that. But your point is valid.
People without degrees.
Yeah.
But that does not mean they are not intelligent.
No, matter of fact, some of the education we got going on at colleges right now.
I mean, you're better not to have it.
Posting that degree in your office doesn't have as much pop as it once did.
Half of them cheated anyway.
Kay, go ahead. Welcome. She's back. Kay, go ahead.
Hey, so talking about the meltdown, so all these young girls on TikTok are protesting to us by pushing this 4B movement, and what they're doing is they're shaving their heads, and that's teaching us that they're not going to reproduce with any of the white men. They're not going to date with any of the white guys, nothing like that, because they're just going to punish us so bad.
Yeah, if they're taking their self out of the gene pool so they don't reproduce, I'm good with that.
Let's see. I'm trying to read about this movement.
I'm good with that. But
it
when they grow up and actually have logic and can think for themselves, they're going to feel differently about that. Then they can move on and have some kids.
They refuse to date men, get married, have relationships with men, or have children.
Yeah, it's a fringe out of South Korea.
Is that supposed to bother us?
Which the first three would equal the last one.
It would. But so the end result is somebody with your views right now doesn't reproduce. I'm good.
Hey.
We need more of that. We need
4B, baby.
We need more of that.
Yeah.
I don't want y'all passing that on to people. Okay. Now, when you kind of grow up and get some sense, then it'll be different.
Well, Sonny and others from The View, walk that out for me. You can't just make these outlandish statements and without really walking them out. Like LeBron sent out a message to his daughter. Hey, I got you. We don't need them. I'll protect you. Walk that out for me. What's going to change?
It just sounds provocative. It doesn't. It's ridiculous.
And it's also so sad to use like climate change or Trump or whatever to scare people into not wanting to have kids. That's the greatest joy of my entire lifetime. And to take that away from people is just so evil and sad. Just using fear-mongering and altering the course of people's lives.
Right. And keep in mind, they're the ones that'll tell you that Trump won on anger and fear.
Oh, that's good.
That's all they do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm trying to get to the Creation Museum, and I just can't get there. And so we're now in Charlotte. We finally get over to the gate. We've been delayed all the way. Supposed to have been in Cincinnati at the airport at 3:45. And now we're still not there, and it's 10:30 Eastern time, and we're in Charlotte, or 10, and we're getting ready to load. And of course, me knowing, I'm watching.
Whoa! Back it up! Back it up! Beep beep beep. Tractor store.
I see the guy moving around. I see him going for the microphone. I tell Sherry, I said, here it comes.
Oh, no.
Here it comes. Those of you that are trying to take flight so-and-so into the Cincinnati airport, we regret to inform you that we're going to be delayed. And I said, good gracious.
Good night. Look at that.
And then this is the segment. They get you with the weather, but their new one is the crew mystery. Your crew
has been misplaced.
Is delayed, and they're working their way from their gate. So we'll hopefully get you loaded in about 20 minutes.
Could you understand what they were saying on the intercom?
No,
I
some
can't
places
understand.
I can't, some I can't.
A lot of times I think they could say anything.
Yeah, so I'm losing.
We've lost your crew, and we'll try to find them shortly.
Right. And I'm like, good grace. So now I'm just.
Did he say they lost?
Because the plane is at the gate, and that takes you to a place. And again, different airlines do it different ways. If I could say one thing to U.S. Air. When you don't make the time you're supposed to depart, will you please change the sign? Please change the sign. Because it really kills us to keep looking like we're an hour past the time it was supposed to depart and it's still on the board that we're departing at that time. That didn't happen. So take it off the sign. But to keep and the thing is, they won't just tell you that it's going to be a while. They always give you these numbers that give you hope. Well, we're supposed to be take off at 10:30. We'll try to get up maybe 10:45. Well, just come back.
15 minutes.
Just come back and go, that's not going to happen. Yeah. Hey, you won't say, we don't know when we're leaving. We don't know. Because we've lost the crew. And here's the time where I thought that I was going to end up not even making it to the Creation Museum. They load us onto the plane.
The devil didn't want you to get there, Rick.
They load us onto the plane finally, at midnight. At midnight.
What?
At midnight. At midnight. We're on the plane. We're going to land.
When?
We're going to land now at 1:50 a.m.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
That's fighting time.
I would have got arrested.
So
Nothing good happens after midnight.
Now, keep in mind, I've got children, and now we're supposed to be picked up the next morning at 7:30.
Oh.
Because
you can't sleep on a plane.
Right. So anyway.
You ain't got a car yet either, or a room.
And here's where the final straw nearly broke Daddy's back. Because and Sherry's telling me, she goes, why do you always have to put your radar up and hear what everybody's saying? I said, well, I got to know what they're saying. I got to know if they care. Because that's really all I ask is if you care. Right. Hear the pilot starting to complain. I'll tell you one thing. I'm saying they don't know how long I've been working today. And if they don't get their butts on this plane, and I better have everybody, whatever. Hey, they may. Well, I'll walk off this plane. Flight attendants complaining. Which, by the way, on the crew is missing thing, they said our crew was missing. These two flight attendants I had seen only a few hours earlier walking around the airport. Not sure I believe that, by the way. I saw them. I saw them. I saw
the Burgess radar was up.
I said, no, I saw these people. They've been here. But anyway. So now
what, crew's missing is a good excuse?
Yeah,
is that not, shouldn't you be concerned if the crew's missing?
Listen, they begin to complain that they're going to have to fly us and that they're going to have to the service. Start being rude about it on the microphone. I tell you what, now y'all need to get on a plane and don't be hassling around. Y'all need to get in here and sit down and start being quiet. We've had a long day.
Ooh,
and that was it.
That was
it. That was it. That was it.
Oh, boy.
That was it. I said,
I'd have showed out then.
Whoa.
You said this out loud?
Hey, there's one big difference. We've all been tortured for today, and we paid to be tortured. You're getting paid to work the day like today. You had a hard day. I'll give you that, but you get paid for it. We paid to be treated like this. So I don't think I'm going to take a speech from you on what a hard day you had. Okay, we've had a hard day.
Yeah,
we've been stranded all over creation on what should be a simple trip from Birmingham to Cincinnati. My goodness, I didn't ask you to take me to the unknown areas of Uganda. Okay, I simply asked that you take us to Cincinnati so my kids can go to the Creation Museum and worship the Lord.
That's right, big guy with your beard.
And I'm sorry if I'm not going to hear a speech.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Another day, and we're glad that you are with us as we move forward. All right, so we're recapping again after the aftermath of the election. Trump will be president. We have a lot of things. Everybody keeps talking about the very, smooth transition of power. Let's not act up, and the left is saying that they won't act up until, of course, they start trying to put Trump in jail. But the concession speech from Kamala Harris, I didn't get a chance to hear it. I was very close to hearing it. I kept trying to get set up to hear it. It's like it wouldn't start on time, and I just kind of gave up on it.
They had a squirrel blocking the stage.
Yeah, and so I was going to talk about, we had a squirrel. Is this a squirrel that is doing the fight for Peanut, maybe?
Ghost of Peanut.
Because we know the government came in and euthanized Peanut, the squirrel.
Yeah.
Is this a squirrel protest?
We got your back, Peanut. We got your back.
Look, and there's the squirrel.
Uh-huh.
Wow, it even looks like him.
Yeah.
That's the Ghost of Peanut, y'all. I don't know what else we can call it.
Yeah, there is a squirrel that is, look, that is the squirrel movement, letting their voice be heard, saying what they did to Peanut is nuts.
He said, from my cold dead paw.
Could be.
He was interviewed going, "Oh, Trump,
come and take it."
Is that how squirrels talk?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I got that.
Well, you sure might be. Sounds kind of squirrely.
They don't have a very deep voice, I don't think.
No, I wouldn't think so. Right,
That's good.
Somewhere
right
in there.
Higher.
All right, so here's Kamala, and I just can't. Do you call him second gentleman if she was just the vice president?
Yes.
Yes, that's what you call him.
He
He was trying to be the first gentleman.
he wanted to be the first.
He wanted to be first, but he's still second.
That's odd.
He was standing beside Tim Walz.
But wouldn't he also be? He would be first gentleman if she was president.
Yeah,
right.
It's like first lady.
Oh my.
Yeah, but
well,
he's-
it is very much like that.
A lot more like it than you actually realize.
A lot, so much like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so here
He's a handful.
Here she is with Doug and Governor Tim Walz. Is he crying? Is Walz crying?
He is.
It's going to show. It's going to show them later in this clip.
The light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up and as long as we keep fighting.
I don't know what that means.
A lot of empty seats there. I know.
To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much.
Doug!
And Doug,
We
look
love
at
you,
him.
Doug!
Hey, Doug.
My best
To
friend,
President
Doug.
Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support.
Hell of a dog.
And for wearing red to the your
To
vote.
Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue.
Y'all are very bizarre.
Weirdo.
And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves.
For nothing.
We wasted $1 billion. Somehow we're $20 million in debt.
Right.
Those of you that donated your money, well, you'll never get it back.
The Clinton Foundation has it.
I feel bad for Minnesota. I feel bad for Minnesota. I feel bad for Minnesota. They get Tim back.
They thought they was done with it.
They thought they were going to promote him and get rid of him. No,
Quickest pheasant.
Minnesota is a very odd state in their politics, and always have been.
Do you think they're as odd as Vermont?
Vermont is odd.
Good gracious, Vermont.
Vermont did get a Republican governor, but they voted Bernie in.
Weird.
Well, they love
But Vermont, I mean,
What's so weird about that, Bubba?
Well, they basically say we love communism. That's what they say. But then they vote for their governor, a Republican. How can the same people? Couldn't the same people put the governor in and have voted Bernie out?
I would have to scratch my head there today. I don't know. All politics is local for the most part, but I don't know how that one plays.
Don't we have counties bigger than Vermont?
yeah, we'd out west especially.
I mean, even here. I mean, it's not. But anyway, all right. So, do we have anything else on Kamala?
Well, it just depends on if you want.
It matched.
Yeah.
It matched Hillary's.
Are we going
speech.
showing you Hillary and showing you her too?
Yeah.
Okay. all
So
right.
you're going to hear Kamala's concession speech and Hillary Clinton's concession speech.
The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for.
This is not the outcome we wanted or we worked so hard for.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Last night, I congratulated Donald Trump and offered to work with him on behalf of our country.
Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions.
Yeah.
Bringing people together from every walk of life
so
and
much.
background.
We spent a year and a half
Not so much.
bringing together millions of people from every corner of our country
not really.
to say with one voice
Very
that we
divisive.
believe that the American dream is big enough for everyone.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay.
To the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this.
On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing, Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win.
You didn't win.
This loss hurts.
Define win.
But please, never stop believing that fighting for what's right is worth it.
Yeah, the formats were very close.
That's Hillary 2.0.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. But you know what? They both lost, and we're thankful.
Yeah,
boy. It just even those of you that disagree with us, trust me, this was a good thing for you too. Go in, you just enjoy the benefits. You can be upset with the person and even us, but just this is America spoke loud, and I think the reason there people have done all these different kind of reasons, but I really do think it was, and I'm speaking for people like me as well, that I need you to just put it in a nutshell. A little tribute to Peanut there, but to me, you didn't even have to be overly political to understand the choice that was before you this time, and I think that really played to the right. You're looking at the state of this administration versus the state of your country when the person who's trying to get elected again take the pandemic out. And people could look at that, and when they and we've said these things, but I'm going to say it again, the border situation was gigantic. People don't like to feel unsafe. They just don't. I don't care what their political affiliation is. People don't like, everybody keeps using this example, $6 eggs, but that means expensive food, whatever it is.
Right.
People don't like that. People don't like to feel like that their wages are stalled or going down. They don't like that. And
they don't like being talked down to either.
Well, they don't, but even people that at one time would be there saying, y'all bunch of ignorant rednecks, they don't like those things either.
Mm-hmm.
And so they also voted and changed their mind. This party, as we said 1,000 times, the left, they've overplayed their hand. They've spent too much energy on a small faction that's loud and angry of their voter base, at the cost of the others who went with the GOP this time. Yeah. And it cost them. And, maybe they'll learn, maybe they won't, because, it's a dance, just like the dance we talked about. When you're having to walk the line of I want to be the party of women, but I also have to be the party of the transgender movement, which means biological males will take away rights of women.
You got to make a call.
That's a tough line to walk right there.
You can't keep one foot on both sides of that ditch.
Mm-mm.
You're going to have to get on one side.
And there are solutions, and that's just to be grown up and say, well, even in our freedom, there are limits that are good for the whole. We won't tell you how you live your life if you desire to be biologically male and live as a woman, but that decision does also have consequences. There's things you can't do. And the left doesn't have the courage to say that.
Well, again,
and protect women's sports and protect women in bathrooms and protect women in dressing rooms.
Remember,
and that's going to be tough.
Rick, we've talked about it many times. There's nothing they tell you that is wrong except for one thing. There's only one sin. That is disagreeing with them.
Yep.
And if you have that mentality, that means anything goes everywhere, and you can't play both sides of the aisle on some of these issues. You're going to have to make a decision and lead on it one way or the other.
And then it turns into a clanging cymbal that people get tired of hearing.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About how hard your day's been, that's what you get paid for, Hoss. Crank the plane up. Sit down, shut up, and drive. Okay? That's what you get paid for. We paid our money to be treated this way all day.
And this is where the Burgess starts repeating what he said.
Give me something to drink, something to eat, and massage my shoulders. Let's go. Don't you? Your customers we've been treated like cattle, and not healthy cattle, sick cattle. We've been treated so bad we feel like we're not even human anymore. We don't want to hear. We don't want to hear about how bad your day's been. We don't care. Our day's been bad, and we paid money to be treated this way. You're getting paid to have a hard day. Yeah, you had a hard day, but you got a check. We had a hard day, and we lost money.
How'd that go, Rick?
Well, then it kind of led to an uncomfortable relationship between us and the crew. But I'll tell you this.
Did the air marshal pull his gun out on you, or did you?
I didn't do the get in there and drive, so I didn't go that far. But I did make the point. That was that. Like, the kid with the mama holds him down, says, I told you to sit down. He says, my body is sitting, but inside I'm standing.
Right.
My deal was this. all I'm going to make the point is about who's getting paid and who had to pay. Okay, that point has to be made. I can't let that go.
No.
Because, see, I believe I can make change. See, I think they need to hear from somebody.
And he started it, Rick. He started the fight.
Yeah.
You didn't get on there and give him that speech.
I know as
He
a coach,
started
I've been told by an umpire, one more word and you're out of the game. Okay, and you fight not saying one more word.
That's where you turn around and say word.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well,
Hey, how were you on that? Did the flight attendant say one more word, big guy, and you're out?
No, it was kind of they didn't like me. Didn't like me the rest of the flight. And you know what? That's all right. I think I can live without a plastic cup with half Coke in it. Okay, if y'all want to keep the watered down Coke for me, I'll make it. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you what, we better start driving. We better start backing up, and I want to see people smiling, and I want to see people apologizing, and I want to see people saying, by the way, I'm gonna go faster, and I'm gonna get you there instead of 150. I'm gonna try for 130. Do something. Okay, do something. Don't complain about it.
What'd Sherry say after your speech?
At this point, we're not speaking.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm trying to get to the Creation Museum, and
Minutes to the top. Thanks for being with us today. You got the Rick and Bubba show coming up this weekend. Fired up. Couple opportunities out there. James Spann will be at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, their next man church. Go hear James. Men, you'll love it. Great church. Been doing the strategy for years. They got a great setup. It's a wonderful opportunity for you in Sweet Home, Alabama there. I'll be going to the other end of Alabama on Sunday night, Lord willing, Clements Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama. I'll be there for their next man church if you want to join us there. And then got another opportunity coming up on Sunday night as well, and that's Union Baptist Church in Bessemer, Alabama. Mac Brunson will be there. They'll be doing eating in the fellowship hall and going to the sanctuary. So all three of those man churches are available to you this weekend, so make your plans to be there. We haven't heard from Trump yet. So Trump had his opportunity to also talk about his victory. And I know we had the deal after the actual election, but is this still from that, or is this new stuff he's been saying over the last 24 hours? Is this still?
This is new. This is at a new meeting or new press conference. He's speaking to the National Guard Association. Going back to that clip that you had mentioned, Speedy, during the break just now, talking Dana White. Talking about how podcasts made us such a huge difference. That is from Trump's first initial successful address, or the post-win address. If you guys want something from that,
okay, the whole family was on there and everybody that was behind the scenes, and he had this to say, which they did say was an election of podcasts. As far as the legacy media has just got to change what they're doing. But here you go.
So this is from Trump HQ right after Trump addresses his supporters. Celebrating the win.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Dana White.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but I saw a piece on that last night talking about the podcast. Is this the era of the long form podcast and how much of an effect that made on the election when it came to young voters 18 to 24, because that's how a lot of them get their news and that's what they're into.
Absolutely. And Joe Rogan tried to have Kamala on.
He did.
He really did. And their campaign was insistent, 45 minutes only. You have to come to us. And Rogan was like, I'm not going to do that. That's not how I do my show. My show is 2 hours, usually minimum. Mm-hmm. And she knew she couldn't do it. She knew she couldn't hang. She would run out of memorized platitudes to say, and it costs her.
I know there's a lot of things that this campaign, talking about Kamala and Walz, they did that wasn't wise. I think in that case, not sending her in for a 2-hour interview with Joe Rogan was actually probably wise. I don't think that would have gone well.
No, after seeing what he did to Fetterman, that probably was a good.
So what you do is you set up requirements that he will not agree to, and then claim you tried to be on the show and you wouldn't let you.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was probably one of the few smart things they did. But also, I will say this again, though. Totally agree with you guys on these audiences, but still, even what we do for a living, if we are talking to millions, but what we're talking about is still a bad product, it still won't work.
Yeah.
So it's got to be twofold. Access and find the audience, which I think Barron Trump helped his dad with that.
He did.
But when you find the audience and you have their attention, you still have to have a message that is better than the opposing message. So it wasn't just that Trump got in front of these young people. His message also resonated with them, and they responded.
Absolutely.
Because they do see the state of things. Because, again, back to what we keep saying, it was so easy to see.
Yeah.
Now, here he's talking about what the 200...
3B. I haven't seen this
3A or
anywhere
B?
else. B.
B. All right, let's go to B. Yeah, because the first one is just him
Oh,
talking
I'm
about-
sorry. Did we miss A?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, all he's doing
I
is
thought
saying he's
that's
going to
what
have
they
a huge 250th birthday party for America.
Well, let's hear them both.
Because that will happen during his next term.
Let's hear 'em.
250. I didn't realize that. That's so cool.
Yeah,
The United States will celebrate the biggest and most important milestone in our country's history. 250 years of American independence. What a great country. And we have to keep it that way. But that's why, as a nation, we should be preparing for a most spectacular birthday party. We want to make it the best of all time. Here is my plan to give America's founding in 1776 the incredible anniversary it truly deserves. On day one, I will convene a White House task force called Salute to America 250. It will be responsible for coordinating with state and local governments to ensure not just one day of celebration, but an entire year of festivities across the nation, starting on Memorial Day 2025 and continuing through July 4th, 2026. Second, I will work with all 50 governors, Republican and Democrat alike, to create the Great American State Fair, a unique one-year exhibition featuring pavilions from all 50 states. It'll be something.
I think that's a cool idea.
Yeah, it is. You can always tell where the teleprompter is and where he freelances.
Yeah, no.
Gonna have a big party. That's what they wrote. It's gonna be all the greatest, the biggest ever. And then he always puts his little. You can tell when he puts his little accents in there.
Probably the best party ever.
Here he is talking about the military officials that were involved with the what he calls treasonous Afghanistan withdrawal. That they will be held accountable as soon as he takes office. Here we go.
We'll get the resignations of every single senior official who touched the Afghanistan calamity to be on my desk at noon on Inauguration Day. You know, you have to fire people. You have to fire people when they do a bad job. We never fire anybody. You got to fire them. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. You did a lousy job. You did a terrible, terrible disservice to our country. You get fired when that happens. Nobody got fired. Nobody ever gets fired in this administration. It's amazing. All the bad things that have happened, nobody ever gets fired. The problem is when you fire somebody, they always end up writing a book about you, you know? I've had more books written about me. I fire a lot of people when they don't do a good job. I get a book written about me by all these losers that get fired.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
You know, he has a special way of framing it, doesn't he?
He really does.
You're fired like on The Apprentice. That was me.
It's going to take that.
Oh, my goodness. You're fired for doing a lousy job. When I'm
Well,
fired.
it's right.
No,
I mean,
yeah, if you do a good job.
There's no threat with some of these people that they're ever going to be fired.
No.
And Cliff Sims and Trump are on good terms now, so he wasn't talking about Cliff Sims. Just to clarify.
Yeah, you can redeem yourself with Trump, too.
Absolutely.
Especially if he actually reads the book and realizes you're actually paying him a compliment. And like you said, he removed the nickname from DeSantis because he got in line.
Yeah. Retired it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The candles have wonderful scents. Do they have one we can give Greg that the aroma of it makes you not be so rude?
You know,
I
that
think-
would be something.
I think he needs a big dose of lavender.
Yeah, I mean, a big old Arctic.
What if when you smelled the candle, it made you nice? That would
That'd
be kind of
cool.
neat.
I don't think I'm not nice now, but whatever.
That'd have to be a big candle.
What's y'all's
Man,
plan?
Did you see what he said?
That'd have to be a candle the size of the Empire State Building.
You know, that's not really fair the way y'all do that.
What?
I saw a
wait a
perfect
minute.
example this morning in
Well,
my
okay, I'll
office.
do it
What
for you.
happened?
That's fine.
Y'all missed it. Y'all
What
don't even know.
happened?
Rick and Bo don't even know about
Let's
it.
don't talk about it. I'll get disciplined for
Because I'm studying how disillusioned human beings
No,
can
that's
be.
yeah. I mean, this is 4 hours a day.
I want to
I'm
ask
not
this
like
question.
the rest
I
of
want
the
to
day.
ask
I'm
this
with you a lot
question.
more than that.
How about this? I want to ask this question, and it's part of my study. So you think you're a nice person?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll start polling the golden ticket people, and I'm talking about off the air. When they leave, who is the nicest person? Well, nobody allowed to do Speedy, but he don't mean it. Who is the nicest person?
See,
and means
by the way, you were just mean.
No, I was
You
just
were-
telling the
you
truth.
were just not a very nice
I'm
person.
always the
Just
nicest
saying.
person here. You ask anybody. I get emails all the time about it. No, y'all get them, but I do.
Do you believe everything you read?
Bubba, let me say this again.
I love you though, Greg.
So
Well,
are you
obviously not.
saying?
Evidently not,
I want the
Bubba.
ladies
By the way-
at Thad to know that.
By the way, Terry was bothered that you weren't invited yesterday. She said, Greg wasn't invited.
I was bothered myself, but whatever.
Well, hey, you know what?
How
After
many
what I
years you
saw
gotta
this
be
morning,
here?
I wouldn't have invited you either.
I wouldn't either.
What happened this
Hams, it
morning?
wasn't
I was thankful Greg wasn't invited.
Look, y'all know when he pitched a fit, Lisa told us about him pitching a fit,
Oh, yeah.
falling through the roof. I saw that firsthand this morning. He might as
Really?
well have He fell fell through through the the roof roof again?
I
He might
wasn't
as
in the
well have
mood.
fell through the
Let me
roof.
ask you this.
In my office, by the way.
Did he seem nice?
Not at all.
Okay.
Well, I'm not saying 24 hours a day.
I'm
As a
saying,
whole,
do you think in general you're a nice person?
yes, absolutely.
So, I mean,
So when the rude Tourette's, those things you say you don't mean?
I didn't say that. But that's not all the time.
What did he do?
It's kind of like trying to talk to Bill Clinton about the definition
I
of
feel like
BS.
my job on this show is to be that guy.
Be rude.
Well, no, just be very observant. But when I'm not on the show, then I'm not that way.
Wait a minute. You're saying this is a character?
That's not true.
You're saying you
I didn't say that. I said my part of personality I only use when I'm on the show. Kind of.
That's completely false.
So you're not trying to look out for conspiracies when you're saying the kitchen.
No.
All right, let me ask
more
you.
here in meat side.
So apparently Greg has a truth issue too.
How about this? First of all, you're talking to a guy who grew up with you. Second of
and
all,
then have caused most of his quirks. That would be.
I don't
you,
like
Rick.
this new angle Bubba started out. I'm not going to take responsibility for that.
I don't know what
It all goes back to the bunnies.
Yeah.
Stealing a guy's chocolate bunny, no telling how that could hurt.
I mean,
you.
y'all treat me like the guy that made the dog mean. You know what I mean? I mean,
I'm not. I don't
Don't
understand.
wrestle him; he'll get mean.
I don't understand why I get this. I really don't.
I do.
And you know what's so bad now? People are buying into that, and I get a lot of email about, ooh, yeah.
All right, let me be clear.
Y'all
Before I move
beef
on.
it up and sell
People
it.
are buying into what? Ooh,
Like
an email.
old
I
Greg's
don't know.
all mad about everything, but y'all beef it up.
Once again, you're saying to us that you think you're a nice person.
Yes, absolutely. I almost jovial.
And add another word, delusional to that.
Greg, thank you
I'm just
for
telling you,
information
okay.
today in my ongoing study.
And it won't hit y'all till on the way home. But later, when time everybody leaves, you'll think, who's the nicest one in the whole bunch? It'll be me.
All right,
I get it all
let
the
me
time.
ask the staff here.
He
Who
gets
among
it,
us?
listen, he gets it all the time.
All the time.
Who among us this
Tired of hearing
week has punched a table?
Not me.
But
Raise
that
your
didn't involve nobody but me and Helms. I wouldn't have done that like
And
the
I wasn't
audience.
really involved. I was just a witness to it.
What got him stirred?
Oh, my
Had a little
goodness,
tech
Rick.
problem.
Little tech problems morning.
Computer
And
wasn't
he
doing
really-
what he wanted to do. he
I've
told
never-
everybody about it.
I've never seen him blow up like he did this morning. Never.
Somebody said
Never.
he was trying to buy his license to go to Texas.
It's just lack of sleep stuff. Gets you on the edge.
Yeah.
This is how
were,
this is how I want you Friday. Don't sleep Thursday night.
But I'm fine now. I got it all out of my
So
system.
lack of
Cleaned
sleep,
coffee up, but
lack
that's
of
fine.
sleep makes you that way.
I think it does.
So he hasn't slept since '81.
No, y'all see that's not true. Y'all getting a little
66.
snapshot here.
Well, but see, here's where Greg will fool you. He'll be nice to you. Okay, and you'll
Oh,
think,
he's
well,
trying
he's
to
a
get me
really
back.
nice
He's trying
guy,
to get me
and
back.
he'll come back with something rude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
That's
look,
not rude.
But do me
I'm
a
just
favor.
very observant.
Do me a favor. Don't ever change.
Okay,
Don't
so
ever change. I
will
want
say
you
this.
just like you
if
are.
If you call this mean, if you
I
call
don't think
people
there's a problem with
exaggerating
that, Steve.
stuff and me calling them out on it, that's mean. Well, then I guess I'm mean.
I don't think
Don't go changing to try
When
to
people
please
exaggerate
us.
numbers and all this crazy mess.
I think it's
I'm
how you call them out.
well.
You know.
I can't help my meter. I got a great BS meter. I can't help that. That comes across as rude sometimes, but I can't help it.
Shelley in Tuscaloosa. Shelley.
And I tell you, you've used it well over the years.
I have. Y'all, seriously, y'all can laugh at that all you want to, but my batting percentage is outstanding.
Shelley, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna start writing them down just for you, Bubba, because you keep calling me out.
Greg, I think you're awesome.
Thank you.
There you go.
See?
I'm the same way. I see it. I call it how I see it.
There
And
it
if
is.
you don't like it, you just go on.
And I'm not necessarily that way all
That's
the
one
time.
of yours. That's one of your people.
Greg, you just say you're not that way.
Not all the time.
There's your minion.
Rick, there's one of yours, Greg.
Chuck didn't help me at all.
Chuck, go ahead.
Hey,
Hey, Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
good. I just want to clear up the controversy about Greg.
Go ahead.
Hey, he's a lineman.
Right.
We listen to him at work every day. We're out here working, pole climbing, sweating. He's a lineman. You get the truth out of linemen.
That was 23 years of that. That did have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but he went management the last few years and rode around.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was
No,
still
he's not
I
mean.
was a troubleman. That's different.
He's honest. He's blunt. He tells it like it is, and you can't deal with it. You know, that's the personal problem.
To Anonymous, thank you, buddy. There's another one, Greg.
I think it makes for a cheery
Although I
environment.
appreciate these people, they're not helping my image.
Anonymous in Kentucky.
Yeah, we're back. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, Greg Adler, all here. America, say hello again to Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so we're still in the aftermath of the election, so there's so many things to play and discuss, and you know, all of us love to do a little armchair quarterbacking, and it's just so much fun. And so, if you're looking for reaction, you know, about the results, you can look to the military. So we got a great clip to start the hour. This is the soldiers at a Virginia military barrack, and you're going to hear the announcement that Trump won back the White House, and you're going to get to see and hear their reaction.
Attention inside and outside areas. The winner of the 2024 presidential election is Donald J. Trump.
Let's go!
Military.
That's at 1:48 in the morning.
Yep. They announced it to the barracks, and you heard the barracks response.
Says it all.
Rick, a lot of questions about Trump's legal issues. It appears that Jack Smith is now in discussion with the Department of Justice how to end their case.
Do you know
against
Jack
Donald-
Smith?
Huh?
He don't know Jack Smith.
He don't know Jack.
Did I say something wrong?
No,
It's
funny
just-
name. It's just the term
Yeah.
Jack Smith. So
Jack
so
Smith.
I was like,
He ain't Jack
Bussy, do you know Jack Smith?
Now, they can either end the case or Trump has the ability and the authority to fire Jack Smith the day he's sworn in. So that case is going away.
Yep.
The judge on the hush money trial to Stormy Daniels, remember we saw all that going on.
Stormy Daniels.
He has given himself till next Tuesday to make a decision if he will throw out the charges against Trump.
Right.
And now in New York, the district attorney there has said that she's doubling down. She's not going to give up at all. Oh, yeah. But it's going to be very hard to, I think, for them to move on.
Yeah.
I heard
who would have thought a woman won't forget?
Yeah, I know.
No, let it go.
Let me tell you who ain't letting it go.
I told you earlier, I heard Bill Barr yesterday on several interviews, former Attorney General, and he said the normal procedure for these kind of things would be for everybody to drop their case. He said most judges would throw these out anyway now, and he said if you don't, it's probably going to end up you'll end up getting some kind of charges against you. So we'll see how it all plays out. You know, I thought it was strange too. I'm glad they all conceded and everybody's trying to handle this the right way. But if I had spent months and millions of dollars calling somebody Hitler,
that's big.
How do I call Hitler and congratulate him? And how do I pledge to make a transition to Hitler smooth?
Right.
It just seems
It seems
like you went too far down the road to come back.
We were just told by the Democrats while they were running that he was Hitler and we should not let him have power. Now they're telling us that they congratulated Hitler and they're going to hand power over smoothly to Hitler.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't seem to stand up. Of course, Babylon Bee having a blast with this. It's a picture of Trump with the Hitler mustache, and under it says, well, they tried to warn us. Trump gives victory speech sporting a new mustache. Also, Democrats, with Babylon Bee, Democrats now calling for abolishing the popular vote.
Right.
So both candidates just glad they don't have to visit Pennsylvania anymore.
Spend a little time there.
A lot of time.
Also, yesterday, some chatter on the Supreme Court. Trump goes in, he gets 4 more years, and this is pretty much how it works. If you are a little bit left and you're getting old, you try to get a Democrat president so you can retire and they'll replace you with another lib.
Right.
If you have more of a conservative president and you're conservative on the court, you retire while they're in power so they can replace you with another conservative. And people are kind of talking about what does this mean for the Supreme Court, or some of the conservatives getting old and getting ready to retire.
Well, I don't know. Speedy and I were talking about it during the break. You think Clarence Thomas would be looking for a jumping off spot here?
That's just what they're saying. Yeah.
The rest of them are fairly young. I mean, for Supreme Court.
Yeah,
justices.
let me tell you what makes you feel terrible. I did hear somebody commenting on this yesterday, and I can't remember which one of them it was. Bubba, this is awful. And they commented that they might be considering getting too old. And you know what they said their age was? Like 68 or something. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Justice Thomas and Alito are the two that are being rumored. It might be time.
Ooh, I don't want Alito
How old are
to
they?
leave. I don't want Thomas to leave.
Well, they're saying that if the Republicans get the House, that within the first 2 years before the midterms, they might try to do it. Justice Thomas is 75. Samuel Alito is 73.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they should retire.
That's young.
Let Trump replace them.
That's young and
easy.
Lock them in for 40 more years. Lock them in.
Look what Ginsburg did to the demos.
No, you're right.
She wouldn't go on.
Of course, these people aren't human vegetables.
yet.
True.
She would sleep through all the State of the Union.
They seem to be staying awake.
Yeah.
Is this Wolf talking about it?
This is actually a news short. A news short from the Daily Caller. It kind of breaks it all down.
Okay, all right, here we go. Let's listen.
Democrats thought taking the presidency in 2020 was a big win for them. Wrong. They would have been better off letting Trump win. A 2020 Trump presidency would have seen him being stuck with a Democrat-controlled House and Senate. He would have been a bit stifled. Now, he's got the numbers in the Senate to confirm anyone he wants, and he's looking to have the House too. Trump will likely be able to do anything he wants to do. Big beautiful wall, anyone? Joe Biden was able to appoint a Supreme Court justice due to liberal Stephen Breyer playing ball and retiring. But now, Trump is likely going to be able to pick Clarence Thomas's replacement and maybe Samuel Alito's replacement. And Sonia Sotomayor has been having health problems and might have to retire sooner than later. And guess what? He can pick anyone he wants and the Senate will confirm. No need to moderate the pick. A 2020 Trump presidency would have kept him with Mike Pence and his slew of establishment figures. All that he's been through since he's left office, I'm sure, has awakened him to the true nature of his enemies. And now he's picked up a team of super friends lined up, ready to destroy the deep state, including Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Ron Paul, Tulsi, and of course, a certain based hillbilly. Not to mention, Trump has managed to build his voter base and win in such an expansive way that pundits have described it as a political earthquake. The landscape of the electorate has likely changed in MAGA's favor for an entire generation. So ask yourself, Democrats, was this worth it?
Joe Biden.
Next.
Who's next?
Bet you wish Trump would have just won in 2020.
That's from the Daily Caller.
You know, we said that really they should have just let this be over with, and of course, they couldn't stand it. They had to get all out of control and scream and yell, and some people allege possibly cheated. Don't know, never was proven. But you think about it. I know they're thinking about it. The Trump presidency would be over now.
You'd be done with it.
Not beginning.
He would be done with it.
Not beginning 2.0.
No.
And the guy makes a great point. He would have not had control of the House and the Senate.
Yep.
He would have still been in the post-pandemic world,
trying to dig out of
that. They really should have handed that to him and been done with it. And we're thankful they didn't.
Yeah.
So their own strategy has come back to bite them because they got rid of Trump, and then people had to actually see what they were like versus him, and then got a chance to go for him again.
The worst thing sometimes is for you to get exactly what you asked for.
Yep.
Those drop boxes are backfiring.
We'll be back. Phone calls from America next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg listens to Coast, and one of the things they talk about on this weird radio show, Coast to Coast, now, because you never know who the host is, because the host only hosts for a time, and then when the forces are after them, they have to disappear.
Oh, they rotate them, yeah.
You're forced into some kind of secret getaway to protect your life and your family.
Right. We have no idea where Art Bell is right now.
No, and now, is it George Norrie now?
George Norrie, but now George, he's elusive. He's not there every day.
And but they believe in something called doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Everybody has,
which is a complete replica of you.
Okay.
And if you come face to face with it, I don't know if you turn to stone.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Well, so now is it you? Is it your opposite, or what is it?
What's their personality like?
I need to study that a little more.
Well, we were sent by a listener today another troubling story that ties this. I don't think it's a doppelganger because it's not exact, but
it's close.
We remember that the daughter of Sonny and Cher, Chastity Bono,
I got you, babe,
decided that she was really a man. Do we remember all that?
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought that the daughter of Cher would think she was a man?
Really?
Right. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd?
Yes. Because Cher does not think she's a man.
No. So she had the surgery and everything.
You're right.
Which we won't get into that.
No. Greg, don't even.
Hey, this is James.
I'm going to turn that.
That's amazing, though.
Well, and Bubba, when she started her first couple of her looks, not all of them, but a couple of her looks, the listener that sent us the picture thinks she looks like you a little bit.
Yeah, I see some. Resemblances.
It's not
We're
exact, but-
both white, male now, and fat.
Well, what?
And same hair in this one.
I think you may be falling victim to the Speedy thing. Anybody with a goatee and bald, everybody says there goes.
Rick has a little more hair than that.
Yeah, well, I mean, y'all do resemble.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not exact by any stretch.
It's his cousin.
Well,
it could be his first cousin.
I think it's clear. I had the look to begin with, and
Right.
he moved in my direction.
No, there's no question. What Chastity, or now we call her Chaz, what Chaz Bono did is says, I want to look like a man, and I want to look like that man.
Yeah,
and she pointed to you.
Do
and
you
said,
think
"That's
Chaz carried
good
a
one."
picture into me and said, "This is the look I'm going"?
I think so, because I mean, this could
It
be
is amazing,
This
the
could be your
resemblance.
brother. This could be your or sister or whatever.
Right.
I don't know what you would call it.
Could be both.
Again, far as the features, the details, I don't see it other than we both got a big round face.
Same shape face.
Same shape face.
Yeah, same haircut.
The smile is a lot alike in this one picture.
You know, Bubba,
I got you, baby.
the smile is when right here. Yeah. I mean,
really, the only thing missing is the earring.
Does she have an earring? Or,
in one of the pictures.
Okay, yeah.
Bubba wears the earring every now and then.
Yeah, and
just on special
when he's in
occasions.
his
I did go to Wikipedia
Nights and weekends.
Look up some information on her too, and I can kind of
Yeah, well, when you see what Shim when Shim has a suit on, pretty broad shoulders.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
I tell you, when you saw her as a little girl on the show,
Breaks
little
your heart.
blonde, you just didn't see all that coming.
And she didn't look anything like you then.
No.
Cute golden-haired little child.
Looking at her, information, is very interested in the space program.
Yes.
Yes. Well, Rick, here's her ham radio operator number.
Yeah. I love here on down. It says it loves tennis and eating at Waffle House.
Dear Speedy referred to it as it.
Oh, look, has convertible.
Sure.
Recently got over plantar fasciitis.
Right.
I know that was genetic.
Look at this. When asked if she likes sports, she says, I'm somewhat of a bandwagon fan.
Again, I have to point that he is copying me.
Right. Nope, there's no question.
Rick, look here. Favorite utensil, the spatula.
How you feeling, Greg?
I'm hurting a little bit.
The spatula. So anyway, I mean, it is odd, and a listener came up with it. I mean, it's not something.
That's some pretty good work there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's
if you're watching Ustream, you've seen them, so the pictures.
I will say this: he wears a suit more than I do.
No question about that.
So Chaz, not only do I want to be a guy, I want to be a little fat, frumpy guy. That's what I went for.
Bubba, you talking about Bubba? I mean,
No,
Greg.
I'm talking. No, Bubba's not.
Thanks, Greg.
He's healthy.
Greg, you just call Bubba fat frumpy.
No, I'm looking at
Hey,
Chaz.
Chaz looks just like Bubba. Hey, Chaz is a little fat front.
I'm just. Yeah, here we go. 24 shows remain. And the lines are open if you want to join us. Speedy taking phone calls now. 866 We Be Big from the text line. A little surprised by this. The clip we just played, somebody said, well, who's the hillbilly? You don't know J.D. Vance's story?
Yeah.
They're talking about J.D. Vance, and they meant that he's really built a stronger team. I know some of you are still banging around about, hey, they did cheat. No, hey, be thankful. Even if they cheated, be thankful. When you hear what we just played, you know, it's almost as if God maybe is in charge and we're not. But even when you look at this, if Trump had got that second term, all the things that were just mentioned, it would not have been near as effective as he has the potential. And we hope he follows through, and we hope Congress follows through. We hope the administration follows through. The opportunity they have been given and the team they have now is superior to what he had going in. If he
I
just
hope so.
And now I'm not saying, I'm just, you know, you can have a great team and still not win. But I'm saying he's set up right now better than he would have been, and I'd just be thankful for that. What does it matter now?
I just let that go. It's irrelevant now.
I have seen this headline bouncing around in email, Rick, from Newsweek that Hamas has called for an immediate end to the war after Trump's election.
Well, that would not. I thought you were joking, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, seriously. Yeah. And how does this deal shake out with the Ukraine? How is this going to happen with Ukraine and Russia?
I know what Trump said was going to happen.
Well, he said he could solve it in one day, but it'd be interesting to see how that's going to end. You know, the Ukraine is kind of where I break a little bit with some of my conservative brothers, in that I do think it's important to defend them, but we had to have an exit strategy. We had to have a plan. It can't just turn into a blank check, and that's sadly what I'm afraid it's turned into. Yeah. And, you can't just fork out $70 billion every time that he makes a swing through. So you got to have a plan to end this. And I think we probably should have had a plan before now to end this. So maybe we can get to that point.
Yeah, I'm not on every meeting, but I'm like you. The problem I have, it sounds like we just want to be able to come to a microphone and say, we want to be there for the people of Ukraine. Okay, can you tell us more? What's your plan to end it? We need to send them more money because if we do, we care. Right, but what's the plan?
Yeah,
and we can't seem to get that.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to use what we've been sending them for 20 years to get Russia to decide to quit fighting, we can't afford it. I'm sorry to say, we just can't do that. We got a lot of things here we got to take care of immediately, like securing the border.
They're not talking about Kid Rock. The video was playing behind us. It's J.D. Vance.
Yeah, J.D. Vance because of the movie. Remember the movie?
Do you remember the movie at all? He calls himself a hillbilly.
Yes,
yeah.
and the book. Allergy.
And the book. Yeah, it's not Kid Rock. All right, Chris, Birmingham gets us started. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, my congrats, boys.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Go right ahead.
Yep.
Hey, got a two-parter here for you. So, one, where does Karine Jean-Pierre go next? And two, what would Dickie Nadmeyer say about her teaming up with Beth Mowins to call an Alabama game?
What if Beth Mowins became the press secretary for the next 60 days?
Yes.
Rick. I'm voting for
I think she would do really
well. Trump's speeding us so bad, we got to get a timeout. No, I don't think Dickie Nadmeyer. Hey, let me tell you something. I don't know how many more times the nation has got to say no to hearing some woman ride along. Row Tide. So thank you, Chris. We continue. What is going to happen to KJP? Where's she headed?
Yeah. What did she do before this?
Oh, listen.
She'll go back to MSNBC probably.
I would say MSNBC will have a chair warmed up for her, ready to go.
Arkansas. Jason is standing by. Jason, go.
Let's talk about how Democrats and Republicans both said on Tuesday it was the biggest crowd they've ever seen. They both agreed that it was the most people they'd ever seen in all of the election polls. But if you go back to 2004, we had 121 million. 2008, we had 128 million. 2012, we had 126. 16, we had 128. And this past Tuesday, we had 129 million people vote. But if you go back to the 2020 election, there was 155 million people voting. So doesn't that clue into something was weird that year?
Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying, and you may very well be on a valid point. But I think what you're missing is some of these states that they have not declared. I don't think they put their totals in yet. So just to have it mathematically correct, you got to wait till all of those are in, and then that comparison will be made and maybe a valid point.
I think the more point, because I don't know, is if we have had elections in the past that were more people, I don't know why we're saying this is more people, but you do need to wait to.
Well, I think everybody thought the crowd was bigger at their polling place, and they heard other people saying that, so they assumed the crowd is the largest it's ever been. Yeah. But we don't have all the numbers added up. Nevada and Arizona are not in. I don't know what kind of numbers they can add to the stack either. I hadn't really looked at it, but.
Still text about 2020. It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. This has actually worked out better. Yeah, I know all these numbers. We've seen all of them. You're right. It looks like something went on. We know that there was some ballot stuffing going on. We had video of it. All that we know. It doesn't matter now.
Like you say,
it doesn't matter. What do y'all want us to do? Cancel this win and go back and get that win, and then his time be over? Be thankful that what is happening right now.
It doesn't matter. 2020 doesn't matter. By all accounts, it looks like if they were going to do it again, they didn't pull it off this time.
Rick,
so
you're saying move forward. The chains have moved. Let's move forward.
And how about this? It looks like we did something to keep it from happening again.
The second Trump election does bring these questions, and we've heard this discussed on the campaign trail. Will we now get the Epstein list? Will we find out the most inside secrets still held on the JFK assassination? And will we have any report on aliens? You know, at some point in time, Trump has promised all of these.
Yeah.
And I really would like to see the JFK stuff. Wouldn't you?
He claimed he was going to let that out last time, but they talked him into not doing it because some of the people involved are still alive.
And we know two of the people who are Trump friends said they discussed it with him because he said he was going to release it last time. And he said once he saw the report, he said, I cannot release that. So it was something that was going to be embarrassing to the United States about JFK. It's the only reason he sit on it, right? I mean, can't we just assume that? We had this discussion before.
He's worried that the people that don't want him to let that out can shoot better than the other people trying to shoot.
Right.
It was Rogan interview, I think, or Theo Von, I can't remember. He said that they told him, we know you can, but don't, because there's some people that are still alive that would be affected.
So Rogan. Again, let me ask this question, and I don't want to, continue to run over a dead horse with this. But what would be in that report that would justify him saying that?
I don't know.
Was it an inside job? Did the Secret Service take him out? Did the government take him out? Did they allow somebody to? I mean, what was the deal? Or did a foreign power do it and they would demand retribution? I don't know.
You're right.
Rogan asked him that, and it seemed more inside rather than foreign.
That's kind of what I'm getting from that too.
Does that surprise you?
No.
Well, what was it inside, like Secret Service or Lyndon Johnson and his crew?
But he did.
What did you take out of it, Adler? I'm asking Adler what you took out of it.
If I had to guess, I'd say a lot of the intelligence community.
Well, there he goes.
But that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to Auburn, so take that for what it's worth.
So you're educated. You are all these uneducated buffoons.
Educated.
All right, we took a whopping one call. Out of a 10 call segment.
I take part of the blame for that.
But we can move on, or we can come back and
clean it up.
All right.
Clean it up.
Now I hope they have a lot to bring to the table since we're going to come back. So we'll see. We'll chat with you when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's a doppelganger.
Okay, Bubba. Okay, you got me. There it is.
Suffers from plantar fasciitis.
Yeah.
You used to.
Greg,
No, that ain't high. Well,
it didn't come out right.
His RT.
That ain't what I meant. That ain't what I meant.
Yeah, root Tourette's. He fired root Tourette's out again.
Bubba, you look just like Chaz. Hey, Chaz, little fat frumpy guy. Hey, did I say that?
Yeah. What was I thinking? But as a matter of fact, if you want, since I have the clock in front of me, they went 4 minutes convincing us how much she looked like you. Then Greg said,
right, I know.
I just meant that.
What'd you mean?
I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna get all kinds of surgery to change gender, surely you can do something about that lard. You know what I mean? I mean, why are you in there? You're in there.
Well,
you're getting all kinds of stuff added and all this and taken away.
You mean it looks just like me, Greg?
No, I'm not referring to you right now.
It's Bubba,
you're a guy.
Bubba, I will say this on the side.
So is she.
On the side.
Well,
now
on the side-by-side pictures, you are a much more handsome man than
no
Shim.
doubt.
I agree. I agree.
Also looks sleepier.
Now, I don't know which one of you make the better-looking woman, but I'll tell you this: you make the better-looking man.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean,
that's not even close.
Y'all, how can this be that little girl was on the show? If I just go see
y'all, the last picture right here, this is the one that's really killing me. 4-5 chin here.
Yeah.
That one, and by the way,
Greg,
Bubba,
again,
that one doesn't look like Bubba.
No.
I'm
You
not
mean my-
sucking up because
you mean my
Hey, if I could just say something great. When you're making fun of Chaz, you're making fun of Bubba.
No, I'm not,
in this
because
segment.
Since this whole segment
Right.
has been making us we're a copy of each other.
No,
Bubba, I was
there's a couple
Thanks,
of
Greg.
pictures that y'all look alike. The one I'm referring to here at the end, you do not look.
Bubba, I'll shoot you straight.
Greg,
I'll
RT
shoot you,
is meeting today.
Right.
You need to
RT.
get with him.
Bubba, I'll shoot you straight. Bottom right looks nothing like you. Top left looks nothing like you. Boy, top right.
Oh yeah,
That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mm.
Because
It could be Bubba's slightly feminine little brother.
yeah. Middle doesn't look like you.
Or Big Brother.
Now the one at the middle and the bottom looks a little bit like you
Yeah.
when you were on Hannington Combs.
Yes. And it looks like the same type of suit you might pick. I mean, it's pinstripe. It's a good
that's your
suit.
uniform.
That's a good looking suit right there. So anyway, it's not an exact.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past. Phone calls coming in. Sorry, but we'll get them this time. I promise. We'll go through a bunch of them.
I'm gonna hush.
Well, not. I don't know. I like really the role of the caller is to give us good topics. So they're playing their role. Bubba, you think Mike Lindell's jumping up and down today? Is anybody?
He's free.
Is anybody? He might even get a pillow back in the retailer. I mean, golly. MyPillow.com/BigVox. Celebrate with Lindell. He's ready right now before they're gone. The standard MyPillow normally retails right at $50. Right now it's $14.98. The queens are $18.98 and the kings are $19.98. And there's a limit 10 on this offer. We're talking savings of $30 up to $50. An amazing deal right now as we celebrate capitalism and liberty and freedom. Use the code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in Victor OX, and get yourself these MyPillow savings right now. Limit 10. So if the big box stores want to cancel Mike Lindell, we'll just order it online. Take that. all the retailers did was cost themselves money. Some of y'all got to wise up out there. You're going to go out of business. You can't let people scare you into doing stupid things. Right now, you get free shipping if your order's over $75. So look at the link there, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. All right, so let's go to Davis out of Georgia. Davis, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good, guys. I am driving to the airport right now to go across country for a bachelor trip. I was just wondering what you guys thought about this bizarre trend where you got to fly across the country, spend thousands of dollars for these trips.
Yeah, this is becoming trendy, and are they taking into account at all the money it's costing everyone when, celebrating a bachelor's last night or last few weeks as a free man? If you're smart, don't do it the night before.
No. Give yourself a little recovery time.
We could do this anywhere. And I know that, some of you now may be living in different places, but it's one thing to say all of y'all come to Atlanta as opposed to all y'all come to wherever you're going. Where are you going, Davis?
We're going out to Phoenix. I mean, I was hoping for somewhere in the southeast, but
sure.
I heard, out on the West Coast, out in Arizona. I was like, come on, man.
You sound like you're really fired up to go to this.
Well, I do think sometimes, I look at this, and this is, I know, a big ask here from somebody, but I've always felt like sometimes you may have a hankering for a restaurant that is expensive, and sometimes you got to think, all right, I'm making all my friends go to the same restaurant, and maybe their budget doesn't allow that. I think you should get everybody's dinner. I think you should say, I just want to be with y'all. I don't want you to have the stress of the menu. I'll buy everybody's dinner. I just want us to be together, and that's where I want to go. So it would be great if you decide to get everybody to spend a lot of money to come to your party, you at least offer to help with that.
I think because you'll be asked to travel probably for a wedding also.
Right.
I've always considered the bachelor party ought to be, kind of within an hour of where you live, and you get friends that live close by, and you load up and go somewhere.
Yeah, and then the ones that don't live there anymore, they make that decision for themselves.
If they want to come back, but you don't. They're not your, the main constituents of that.
Yeah, if y'all all grew up in Mississippi and you're making everybody go to Arizona, come on. I mean, the Arizona people should have to come to Mississippi if they moved out there themselves. Davis, look, just have a good attitude. It's only money. People, well, I was going to say they only get married once. Well, we don't know whether we hope that. So just have a good attitude about it and enjoy yourself, and don't get too down. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think I want to deal with Delta today, but hopefully everything's on time. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah,
he's really fired up, man.
Davis, good night. Get a cup of coffee or something. He's really down.
He's
down.
You sound like you've just been assigned to work, 2 shifts for a week at work, man.
Making everybody go to an airport alone and fly commercial is enough of a punishment, isn't it? Regardless of the cost.
Yeah, just tell them you're sick.
We continue. Let's go to Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Jonathan standing by. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing?
No, I'm doing well, guys. I hope you are too.
We are.
Feeding off that last call, can you really have more than one bachelor party? I mean, come on. Once you're married, even if you do.
Right.
But anyway, moving on, I have a request, and that is Adler needs to look up all these liberal meltdowns, and y'all just spend a segment or two watching and making fun of these ridiculous reactions to the election.
We've got it.
I mean,
we've got about a 1 minute edited version.
Oh, Jonathan, it's still to come. We're all in. I hope they're all this time. Sometimes when you get these things offline, they're mixing in. Like when we had the list of celebrities that said they were leaving, a lot of them were 2016. It was hard to, weed out which ones were current. But I heard a current list that Hannity was reading, and it was a pretty impressive list. Now, Hannity's offered to fly them privately wherever they want to go. The only stipulation, they can't come back. And he says, and if you come back, then you got to pay me back 10 times what it costs. Did you hear him talking about that?
That's a good deal.
You know who was on the list? Surprised me. Tom Hanks.
Yeah, ain't that a shame?
That is a shame, isn't it? Oh, God. But he won't do it. So that, I mean,
No, they
and
ain't
plus,
gonna
if he
do
does it, I'm sure he'll still act from wherever. Has anybody been to see this movie? Is it out yet?
I think it's
called
not,
Here.
It's not being very well received.
Is this the thing where he goes through all the
Some house,
stages
something
of
about a house.
life
Yeah.
in this house with his wife, and
Yeah.
they're young, they get old.
It
and we
looked
see
like
all
one of
the-
them tear jerkers, but
It did.
I just read something the other day. I don't think it's doing great, but I may be wrong.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that.
We continue. Let's go to let's go to Cody. Cody out of Birmingham. Cody, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, Cody.
So there's a young lady that I deal with most mornings, and this was her first year to vote. And before November 5th, we had talked about the importance of voting, and I told her I'd go over some numbers with her after the election night. So the numbers we went over was the current census for the U.S., which is 335,893,238 people that live in this country. And as of this moment, without the two other states putting in their numbers for votes, the people that voted was 140,609,642. That leaves 195,283,596 people who did not vote. So it is extremely important to vote because that's only about a third of the country that actually voted.
Yep.
Yeah. It's every time we get those percentages, does it shock you as much as it does me?
Yeah, you would think more people would vote. I guess I grew up in my house, and I've never been part of the ones that said I'm not going to do it. I haven't made it every single time. Sometimes something come up, I couldn't be there, but for the most part, I've been there every single time.
Oh, look, I don't know what the election was, but we were going on some sort of vacation one time, and of course, and I think it's similar with most of us. I'm married to a woman that makes Adler look like a moderate, and by golly, we were going to vote, and I was like, baby, it's not going to matter. I mean, and I ended up down in like our county's, area where you go to do paperwork, absentee voting in the car on the way to the beach, and I was like, wow, we're really into this. This is so out of our way, but you know what? Like you said, I think it's all what you grew up in.
Yeah, I do.
And Mama was in there too.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad were going with us, and we all had to absentee vote.
Good night.
Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
Green Acres, fellas.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for the call. Yep. Go ahead.
Pell City, we shouldn't even have voted because they already called Alabama, and I stood out in the rain for an hour and a half to go vote. But oh well, I digress. Second, who do you think is going to be the secretary, the press secretary? And how about Beth Mowens introducing Trump as president? Let's hear it, Rick.
Now the new president of the free world. Here comes Donald Trump. Somebody go yay! I'm thinking Ramaswamy. I love Ramaswamy as press
I think
secretary.
he would be a great one. He would.
When we come back, we'll do the liberal meltdown montage. Can somebody, Adler, can you check, did Rob Reiner say he was going to set himself on fire or not?
On fire.
Rob Reiner setting himself on fire if Trump wins.
Rob Reiner self-emulation. I'm looking.
Rick and Bubba.
As time keeps rolling on, which has been this hour's theme, since we were talking about your son's 13th birthday today. Unbelievable. Looking back at some old video, but when time changes in your home too, with the dynamic of the family as the kids get older, and at our house, I have one daughter who's the oldest, and then everybody else all boys. So there's always a point in our home, and it's almost like an unspoken, where my wife has felt that, and this happens with a lot of dads, I think. We're the heavy guys. We come in and deal with the major outbreaks. We don't deal with the day-to-day maintenance usually of keeping the kids in line. and we're not exactly. And my wife has talked about this due to the fact that all of us have been banned from helping with homework.
Right.
Once our kids, got past, Mother's Day out. You know what I mean? And
right after we passed multiplication tables, I was done.
Yeah, I've been banned. So my wife has talked about that we as husbands, especially this bunch, that because of what we do for a living, we do end up having some time we can get away and go do things a lot more than other dads get to do. And she said you have become the face of fun, and I am the face of unfun. in the house, and she said, "I'm kind of done with that. That you're the fun zone, parent, and I'm cast as the sergeant that makes sure homework gets done, book reports,
Up, 2, 3,
doctor's appointments. That's my world, and your world is, hey, we're gonna go ride a 4-wheeler.
Right? Hey, let's go play ball.
Hey, we're going hunting. Hey, let's throw the ball around. And all that. And hey, we're going to another movie. It's a kid movie. We're going to get them on the way home. And that kind of. We're just going to go without you. I know you got housework to do.
Rick, that's just kind of your personality, though.
Look, that's me. So yesterday, I'm talking to her, and I said, hey, one of them's got practice today, right after school. She said, well, you know what? You need to go take them. They both got to have blood drawn today. My kids have food allergies, and periodically they have to go back and get them checked. What's the sensitivity? And the good news is, as they're getting older, a lot of them are not as severe as they were.
That is good news.
But you have to get it checked every so often. So I said, no, I'm not the blood guy. and
I don't do doctors.
And she said, well, that's why I'm going to make sure you are the blood guy today. She goes, I'm ready for you to get cast in something other than fun zone.
Something parental for a child.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And I
Parental.
said, yeah. I want you to actually parent today, as opposed to being their playmate. And I said, but I said, I don't really. That's not my scene. And she said, no, if you would, since there is a practice right after it, come get the equipment for practice. Then y'all hit the blood and go on to practice. And I'm like, all right. So I get in that zone, and they pile into the van, and they're so. Because it's nothing for me to have a practical joke waiting on them the minute they get in the van, almost daily.
Yep.
Almost daily. I'll say things like, well, we got to go do. And what, Dad? Well, we got to go get a shot today. And what? And this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'll go, I'm just kidding.
Father.
So then they get in. He said, Dad, what are we doing? I said, well, Big Love's got practice. And so if I got to go to his practice, yeah, you're going to go with me today. We'll work on your stuff at his practice while he's practicing. The 2-for-1. Yeah. And I said, but first we got to go get blood drawn. Daddy.
Right. That's funny.
What movie are we gonna go see? Right. No, guys, we're gonna go. We're going to give blood. He really means we're going to ride 4-wheelers. No, guys, we got y'all. It's time. Food allergy check. Then it starts dawning on, wow, Dad's serious. And then they do things like they call Mom to confirm. Mama, is Dad taking us to you? Nope, he's going with you to get blood. And I'm like, all right. So I said, guys, y'all don't act a fool about this. Y'all have had to get blood drawn before. I said, y'all don't act a fool about like this, man. I mean, this is one step before we go get ice cream. And they're like, hey, like that. And so, I'm like, look, we don't have to, I'm talking about all that.
Right.
Keep that down
Let's
home.
just talk about we got blood drawn and what we don't want to do it. I'm not doing it. No, yeah, you are, guys. Look, guys, this is not new, man. We've done this. Well, I don't mean we like it. Well, I know we don't like it, guys, but sometimes we got to get things done. I said, guys, y'all getting low for this now. Y'all getting low for the way you're acting now. My goodness, you're 12 and 9. And I said, we got to walk in there. Now, this day's running around the doctor's office. Oh, it's over. We're going to go and get the blood and let's roll on. So they start kind of wigging out a little bit. And I look back there and I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? I said, y'all act this way when you with your mother? And then there was a look. And I
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go, finishing strong. Glad you're here. So a couple of things we will continue to run down. So we've done a lot of aftermath of the election yesterday and again today because there's so much gold out there to mine. People asking about, do we have any of the montage of leftists freaking out over another Trump victory. Apparently we do. Also would like to do 9 as well, Adler. I didn't know we had AOC mourning the Trump victory. I can't miss that one.
Do y'all want to start with her? She's kind of like the queen.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start.
I love
with
how they
her.
all declare what's coming.
Okay.
Yeah,
we've had 4 years with Trump, y'all.
Right, it's the end of time and all of that.
There's a lot of that.
But yet they're gonna give him power with no incident.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Here's AOC.
We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives.
We've already been through one.
Yeah.
We cannot give up. We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves, I believe, in a time where there are, let's say, peers in history of mass movements of people
such as
that mobilize to protect one another in times of fascism.
Oh my gosh.
And
she sounds like Bart
authoritarianism.
Simpson.
She does.
Well, I mean, what is she saying? They're going to need the underground railroad to protect them from Hitler. I mean, what is she saying?
I believe.
Yeah, I just.
Authoritarianism.
I just. What are you talking?
Hey, this is Bart Simpson.
Well, I will tell you this: the way they feel, I felt that way when Biden won. I mean, I know I know how all this feels, and I think there's things that have been done to our country that we're trying to reverse, but it's done a lot of damage. I know we all really hated that stock market yesterday. That was a real downer.
Yeah, it was.
As it shot through the roof.
Yeah.
Now, we're not reveling and we're not celebrating these people being sad. We're just letting them exercise their free speech.
Okay.
And we're hearing them out.
That's a good clarification.
And I've found some clips. These montages, it's hard to play the entire montage because most people are swearing the entire time. So I've got 3 that people don't swear, and it's a free country, and you're able to voice your opinion.
Of course you are. Unless they're in charge and they won't let you.
Male or female?
Yeah.
Here's a couple. Okay. I don't know. I honestly don't know, Greg.
Grace, watch.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you and your mother and your sister. I'm just done with all of this.
Good night.
I'm
done.
All right, here's
He's mad at somebody's mother.
Free speech. We're letting
Whose mom is he mad at?
We're letting people voice their opinions.
Recount the vote.
Guys, I just voted, and I chose family. Let's end this reign of terror now. I chose family. I chose women. I chose America.
Y'all.
Is he faking that?
You didn't choose family. I mean,
no, you didn't.
Is this an actor?
Here's,
Oh boy.
Here's a person that
hang on, Greg.
They just wanted to talk about facts. Okay, they just laid out some numbers and statistics.
Shannon Sharp.
And
I'm sorry. No. Why?
This can't be real.
Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
This
It's not true. It's not
has
real.
To,
These
this,
are real.
actors.
This has to be people trying to get clicks.
Right.
Well, there is that to it.
But it's still funny.
How about the one screaming in the bathroom and does a whole circle screaming all the way around?
Do you think, honestly, that people go, this will really get me smoking on social media?
Yes.
I hope they can find. You remember the one who was screaming when he was inaugurated last time? I wish they could find her.
Well, you know why she's not crying this time? She actually lived through 4 years of actually Biden, and she's like, you know what? Maybe I overreacted in 2016.
Y'all, please look at the person that dressed up as that liberal and went to a Trump rally, and people were just taking pictures and as the person. Yes, nailed
looks
it.
like her.
Wow,
That's really good.
That is funny.
Am I the only one that feels, like when we were kids and we didn't have any sense, and you were trying to figure things out, not because we didn't have the ability to be smart, we just didn't know enough yet. We didn't know about the world, and our parents knew more about the world, and we would want to do things that just didn't make sense, and we were so upset that our parents stepped in and made sure it didn't happen. And we just lost our minds, not realizing that what our parents did was actually the right thing. And it was even good for us, even though at the moment, we're upset in our room. We feel like it's just over. We can't believe it.
I feel that way. I feel like all of you out there that went out and turned this thing around and stopped the madness, the track we were on, the ones who are crying and screaming that are legitimate, just not trying to get clicks, that really we have done them a service.
Yes.
We've stepped in.
Hang on, you'll see it one day.
We've stepped in and said, I know y'all are upset right now, but trust me, what we're doing is the right thing. We love y'all enough to outvote you.
There you go.
Okay, and that's it.
And the whole point of this country is to not have a central government that reaches into every aspect of our lives. And the conservatives and Republicans are actually making steps to do that. When you look in the other direction, that's not the case at all. Here is the liberal woman that screamed no when Trump was inaugurated.
Where is she now? Has anybody checked on her today?
This is a new video, and I think it's all real. I don't think any of it's been. I don't think any of it's been doctored one bit. So here you go.
Oh, y'all. Who did that?
Y'all explain what we just watched.
Her head took off like a rocket and then blew up like a firework.
And they had a picture of Trump applauding.
Guys, and look, I'm going to tell you right now, in 2025, Inauguration Day is landing on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, too, and the liberals are going to lose their mind that he's being inaugurated on that day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a national holiday.
I don't know. It seems appropriate since the dream was that people would not be seen as just color.
Oh, I know. That's what it is.
People would be. I know, but I'm having some fun. But that people would be judged by their character.
Yeah.
And that people of any ethnicity could go out and let their voice be heard without fear of retribution. And they can vote however they want to vote. And they're voting on people. They're not going to be told, even if they're told that they're bad people, if they don't, that they should cast a vote for a woman who's is multi-racial and is mixed ethnicity, and she's a woman. They should vote for her solely for that, or they're really not good people and they don't love their own people. It's kind of nice that people said, "Yeah, I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm still going to go out and vote what I want, and I have the freedom to do that."
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be nice for us to actually celebrate what Dr. King was actually hoping for, as opposed to apparently the new definition that the left has given him.
You know, I would just say to all our liberal friends, you can stand down. You're not going to be put in concentration camps.
You're going to be all right.
He's not going to be Hitler, and look, it's going to be okay. You'll make it.
I would gladly vote for a woman of color if the policies lined up with what I feel is the right direction for the country.
If Condoleezza Rice was running, I'd vote for her in a minute.
Kamala Harris is just a person that has failed upwards her entire life. From district attorney to attorney general to senator to running a failed run for the presidency, and then she got the vice presidential job. She's just failed upward, and that's not who I want to lead the country.
Have y'all seen that clip of her with Willie Brown in San Francisco?
Bubba.
And they're going in somewhere,
Easy,
and
buddy.
Somebody asks, "Is that your daughter?" And she turns around and says, "No." Have you seen that?
I have not.
Oh, that's uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now.
I wish I hadn't even heard about it.
You remember the Montel clip? It was very similar to that.
I do.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brooks, Big Love Burgess, has never shot a buck in his life. He shot a doe last day of the season last year, and Brody, his brother, had shot a buck early in the year this year, his first buck ever. And we were trying to get Brooks a buck, and then if there was time, we'd see if we couldn't get a bigger buck for Brody. And the latter didn't work out. We just didn't see any more deer after that on the last day. So we're in there, and they put me in a very active field. Now we all know, anytime all of us have done this with our sons, we all know, even for our own selves, if a guide ever tells you about a field and says the following statement. Now look, to your left, that's 200 plus yards. Over here, you're talking about 110. Out this way, probably about 125.
The deer will come out at the farthest point from the shooting house. It's automatic. You might as well go ahead and turn your chair in that direction.
Yeah. Look, my son is learning. My son has been hunting a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He has shot a little bit, and he has taken a doe, but he is not ready for a 200-plus shot with a 243 at bucks that are checking the field and rolling on. I mean, they're not coming out and feeding. I mean, these bucks, keep in mind, we're the last people to hunt there, for the year. So they've been pressured. They're not hanging around. They know the deal. and they're slipping and they're moving. And so that's already kind of tough. I mean, all the guys they're not making easy shots. I mean, these are deer that are skittish. So first of all, the wind's bad. Not only are they coming in at the furthest place, it's blowing our scent down that way. Yeah. So now I'm getting with Big Love, who's 11. I said, look, buddy, you just gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to try to make a shot. We're gonna have to get it done. That's where they're coming. They're not coming anywhere else. And he says, I'd be more comfortable if they come out on this side. But you know what, buddy? They're not. They're not. So they here comes a buck. All right, here we go. The buck comes out. You're gonna get Dad. I don't know. I don't feel good about that shot. That's long. Go, hey buddy, but you got him. Hey, he's gone. So now I go. You know what? Hey, I tell you what. It ain't always going. So I'm losing my mind in the shooting house, having a great father-son moment.
Getting mad.
9 years old. Taz says, Dad, calm as he could be. Yeah. But you yes sir. I just don't think that you getting upset is going to make him any more calm.
No way.
He said, I don't think you're helping. He said, when you get
voice of reason.
Yeah, I'm a 9-year-old. And I went, wow. You not only look like your mother, you are your mother. You know what I mean? And he says, this is not helping, Dad. And you know what I thought?
Father-son weekend.
Look, then all of a sudden you hear birds. And all that. We're all just sitting there. Big Love's looking at me. I'm looking at the 9-year-old. I'm like, You know what? That's a good point, son. Thank you for that voice of reason and all that wisdom since you're 9. And I'm
because you'd slipped into your dad mode because you'd been around.
I'm 46 and I'm coming apart in here, ruining what should be a special moment. You know what I mean? So then I said,
making them have fun.
We're gonna have fun, and you're gonna shoot at this deer. No matter how traumatized you're gonna be when you miss it. You know what I mean? And you'll probably never want to hunt again, but take a shot. So anyway, sure, give me the gun like your grandfather would do. But anyway, so
you were backing him up. Oh, you were good.
Yeah. So I said, you know what, guys, let's just pray. First of all, so I can, be back.
Let me first pray for forgiveness.
Yeah, let me pray for forgiveness first,
and maybe a little sense.
Right, and since I'm speaking tonight to the dads, why don't I try to be an example of what I'm gonna say? Yeah. Okay, so we sit there, and y'all, this is really an incredible moment. Not one deer, not one, had come in from the right side.
No way.
Which was a much better shot. Okay, not one, not even close. And I said, why don't we just pray that, the Lord honor us and maybe we get a better situation? How about that? And, buddy, just be confident. I know I've destroyed your confidence, but I said,
I know you don't even want to look at a gun.
Yeah, you know what? Now you're sitting there, you don't know what to do because your dad's getting on you. And I said, so why don't I do this instead of exasperating you like the Bible tells me not to do? Why don't I encourage you? Let's try that.
Now wipe the tears from your eyes.
Right.
Get up out of the corner.
It's so hard to focus if you got watery eyes.
Son,
let's go.
First of all,
I know things are blurry.
Yeah, first of all, let me.
And the target's jumping like Mexican jumping beans.
First of all, let me get your brother, better known as the voice of wisdom.
Yeah.
And let's let him come over here and use his shirt to get tears out of your eyes. You know what I mean? And
wipe your nose.
Take a deep breath.
Right. And let's try never again to say, I just want to go home. Okay. and why don't we just calm down? Okay.
All of us.
Rick, all of us, calm down. Which they could have said to me at that moment, we are.
Right.
And
it's the big guy in here that's causing the problem.
The children are. And then,
Father.
And all I thought to myself is, see, this is where big shooting houses don't help because there's room to pace. I'll tell you. I'm standing up in the shooting house. This is ridiculous. You got to take the shot. You know what I mean? And you can't, and so anyway.
If you don't shoot, I can't shoot.
Right. If you don't let him shoot this deer, I'm out of it. But anyway, so.
You got to be safety over the top.
Right. And let me be clear, it's not about me.
No.
So he who is first and will be last. Now shoot. So anyway, so I calmed down.
Okay.
Lord, just please, first of all, forgive me for exasperating my children like you told me not to do. And I said, hey, buddy, you know what? You just get in the scope, you aim, you shoot. That's all it is. You've done it. You did it last year. Yeah, Dad, but these are bigger deer, and it's a big buck, and that's a long way. It is a long way, son. It is. That's probably not a good shot for you. So you know what? Let's just see if something else will happen. And I kid you not, and those little boys pray, and all of a sudden, Brody, better known as Wisdom, is on the other end of the shooting house, okay? He said, hey, Dad, here comes one.
let's go, baby. A brand new hour now starting. Thank you for being with us from the Big Boy Studio. As you heard, the gang is all here. Another opportunity to chat with you, America, before the hour is done. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. But if you want to go back and catch some that you missed, catch those over the weekend. And there's a lot of them out there that you can get caught up on. All right, so some things to discuss. We've had a lot of discussion about celebrity endorsements that, if you look at the results, had very little, if any, impact on the left. So people still voted thinking for themselves. I know this probably shocked some of the celebrities, but people just went out and voted their own conscience. They might have still liked these celebrities, just probably didn't need any political advice from them. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a little fun with that. You know, we talked about what LeBron has, the way he has behaved through all this and is behaving after. And Aaron Rodgers is having a little conversation about celebrity political endorsements. Here we go.
Well, if you don't know what to do on trade deadline, you should just ask your favorite celebrity and get them to inform you, because that's really important.
My favorite is when the celebrity says, "I'm moving if this doesn't happen." Okay, all right. Yep. Where are you headed? Canada?
My favorite is when the celebrity is bought and paid for by China. But anyway, guys, you have a great day.
Good to see you, buddy.
Oh.
Shot at LeBron.
Oh, wow.
I love like a good to see you, buddy.
All right, I'm out on that one.
That's what y'all used to do when you went over people's houses that y'all had partying at.
Yeah, see you later. We're out. Y'all have fun. We're going to leave y'all with
I know you live here, but we're gone.
And we're out. We'll take that sandwich platter, and we're out. So I guess if you're somebody like Aaron Rodgers, you couldn't care less what people think about it at this point in your career. Jay Leno also has decided. I guess he's.
What is he thinking?
Well, Greg, at his age and the amount of money he has, what does he care what anybody thinks?
He got burnt. He got burnt last year.
He's tinkering with his cars. He doesn't care.
Couple years.
If he decides he wants to make a little jack, he goes out and does a little, some sort of little short run on a network of some show, or he goes out and does some stand up. He couldn't care less what anybody thinks. He's 74.
Sell 2 cars, he's good to go.
Yeah, and let's face it, if it's true what Bubba and I have talked about for years, and apparently it is, that the discussion was that Leno continued to pay his bills doing stand-up and took every dime of the Tonight Show money and put it away until he was done with the Tonight Show, he should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's doing great.
So, now, I don't know if that was accurate, but we both did hear
heard
that.
The same
thing. Because remember they made fun. He thought he was going to end up like the guy that runs the elevator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking about that several times.
Was it Seinfeld? Wasn't it? And he was like, I kept telling him, you're not going to be the guy that runs the elevator.
You're okay.
Right.
You're okay.
Apparently, there was a former entertainer that ended up broke at NBC, now running the elevator, and Leno feared that was going to be him one day. And Seinfeld's like, he didn't have the money you've already med. But anyway, so Leno has come out and said that Trump's election is a great day for democracy. How
dare you?
But nobody, I mean, what's anybody going to do to Leno at this point? What were you going to do
And
to
he
him?
really doesn't say whether. He just said it was a great day for everybody went and voted and made a difference, whatever.
How strange for someone to applaud people making change if they wanted to by using the freedom that was given to them by the founding fathers. Shouldn't that be celebrated? No matter
You would
what?
think. You would think.
That was hard for me to celebrate it when Biden won. So I know how they felt. But
we had the liquor wounds.
Yeah, we did. But the people spoke, and some people say cheated, but that's never been proven. And I don't know how we pull it.
And we'll see how the numbers add up when they're all in.
Right. We'll
get a better look at it.
Sure. So anyway, and has anyone checked on the other end of the spectrum, Howard Stern?
Oh, Greg, you're our Howard guy.
Howard has become the man. Has anybody happened?
He was one of those that made the statement that if Trump won, you may never get to vote again.
Which is just
take your vote away.
It's just
really. I just heard a brief thing, and there was like a caller going that was pro-Trump, and he was like, "Look, you won. I hope everything works out."
Right.
That's kind of the route he was going. Well, I thought Mark Cuban, you already mentioned this, Bubba, but I thought he handled it the right way.
He really did.
I didn't want you to win, but you did, so congratulations.
Don't we have a story
fair
on,
and square,
on Tim Cook? He kind of congratulated Trump, too, and everybody that supports Apple just can't believe he did it.
Well, I mean, does he not realize
he was getting?
They realize that there's a lot of people who like Trump who buy products. They realize that too.
Yeah, they're all
want
business.
to alienate them.
Yeah, they're in business, y'all. Jeff Bezos congratulated him too.
Yeah, I heard we played Bezos' thing. I thought his was very good. So here's a compilation 13. These are pundits who are leftists who confidently predicted a win for Harris. You didn't have to do that. I mean, you could have just said you preferred this. What tea leaves were y'all reading that was giving you the indication that Harris was going to win? I thought it looked so obvious that Trump was going to win that I didn't want to believe it.
Yeah,
when it kind of
the last week, it really looked like it was trending that way.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's a compilation of those.
In my humble view, lights out.
Please welcome back the next president of the United States.
I think it's going to be a blowout, actually. I don't think it's going to be a close race.
Well,
I think there are going to be those Republicans
You're
who
right.
vote for Harris.
It'll be tied on Election Day, as always it will. The polls will be tied, and then he'll lose.
You call us trash? Oh, J.D. Vance, you just effed up in a way that I've never seen in my political life, and I worked for Sarah Palin.
Then I would say take Harris over 270 electoral votes. Let these fools in these crypto markets do something. Let them drive the betting line into a favorable place and then take advantage of it. That's what I would do. I think she's going to win.
This month, you wrote Trump is toast. Do you stand behind that today?
Oh, even more so. I feel the same way that I felt a few weeks ago that Trump is toast.
Wow.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Everybody on that reel wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
passionately wrong.
Not a little bit wrong.
I wish I had a buzzer. I'd have buzzed everyone.
Sonny was the only one that was right. She said it would be a blowout.
That's right. she didn't realize how right she was.
So that's. Do you think that was emotion?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I want to happen.
Yeah.
One of those.
And because we were like kind of being cautiously optimistic because we started seeing that it seemed to be trending Trump, but you just couldn't quite believe for some, I guess because you just think, well, they won't let that happen.
I think Trump, and usually the conservative candidate or the Republican candidate is usually underpolled just a little bit because there's a lot of people working that just won't answer the phone or answer the text, or they don't want to. They're kind of private about what they do. They don't trust all that going on.
Yeah.
So usually you see those undersurveyed a point or two, which would kind of play into some of this too.
So I guess if you are any of those people we just played, in the future, whatever you're telling us is going to happen, we can't really put a whole lot of stock in that, because you didn't just kind of miss. I would be sitting here going, I don't think we should say anything negative about their prediction if it was like a couple of votes difference and it was that close. One of them won by just the smallest of margins. You go, well, they were pretty close. I mean, it could have gone either way. It wasn't even close. So it wasn't a minor miss. It was a huge, big miss. But I think that goes back to what a lot of the callers have said, emailers and people on the text. When you move yourself and live into a bubble of a fake world, you lose all ability to even remotely know what's going on in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing something. It's the same thing like, remember the documentary we talk about all the time of how social media works.
Yep.
It pulls
Social dilemma. Yep.
Social dilemma. It pulls you into a bubble where everybody around you, no one opposes you. It's all like-minded, same interests, same talk. These are the things I like, and it's all I'm exposed to, and you lose all concept of reality. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Strange Addictions TLC, Wednesday, they had a woman who was a fursuiter. She loved to dress up as a fox or any sort of mascot type thing made of fur. and would wear it around at various situations. Said she was more comfortable in it than out of it. Now, Robert, you were saying that there are fursuiters around the country, and what suits do you have? Like, what do you dress up as that you've made?
Well, I have a black wolf character. He goes by the name of Kuro.
What's the name?
Kuro, Kuro. It's Japanese for dark black, to refer to the color. But
did you ever think maybe Kyra Karubi? Using that name?
I'm sorry?
Kyra Karubi?
Greg, don't, please.
Yeah.
This is about the fursuiter.
Yeah, I want to know all about this. So, is this the only character you have, or do you have another one?
I don't have another one right now, but I do have one being made.
And what is it going to be?
It's going to be more of a white fox. The wolf being black and everything can tend to be a little intimidating for kids, so I'm trying to get something that's a little bit more friendly looking.
I agree with that. Now, when you're bowling...
Maybe a yellow wolf.
Yeah, you kept using bowling as being a normal event that fursuiters would dress up as their characters and bowl together. How do you bowl with the mascot hand? I mean,
Well, generally what you do is, in suit, the general rule is your job is to entertain, whether it be your friends that are with you or whether it be the people around you. You're just trying to entertain. It's kind of a way to freely entertain, the area around you. And so what you do is, some people are a little bland, but that's because they don't know the spirit of it. But basically what you do is you just act goofy. You push the ball down the row. You don't try, you're not trying to get a good score.
Okay,
you're just trying to be funny.
So you really, what you are is you will go out in public as a group and really...
entertain as a group.
It would be as if a bunch of clowns came in to play bowling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you have to use that analogy? What's next? A box full of rattlesnakes?
So you're freelance mascots, as Greg just said, and you take your mascot joy into areas that haven't even booked you, just so those around you will begin to...
You're exactly right, and that includes whether it be parks or something, and, suits are expensive, so... we'll go out to a park and get some group photos and stuff, or just do different events. Some places like when there's parades and stuff, if there's no mask laws or anything, and we always call ahead and make sure that it's all right with the security or the police. We never just show up.
I think that's best.
Make sure that it's okay, and we're just trying to entertain, and it brings us joy to entertain those around us.
Well, I got to tell you, we got a great charge out of watching mascots run the 40, but it's almost like I was not aware. See, to me, mascot world has always been a world that was clearly defined, and some would say, and now the mascot.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that you could be in a place and a group of mascots just be out socializing. Did this woman said, though, this is another persona for her? Do you feel the same way about Kudu?
Well, usually it's a process. Usually what happens is on your first, character, it starts with the art, the appreciation for the art, whether it be starting with shows like Bugs Bunny or whatever, and just appreciating anthropomorphic art, which anthropomorphic means a mixture of human and animal.
Let's leave Bugs Bunny out of this.
Right, but you're saying yes.
You know what? It's crazy. I'm sorry. As different as this sounds, I would rather see this than them mimes. Now, them mimes are nuts.
I agree with this. And
we all accept mimes like, oh, that's just a mime. That's normal. No, I'd much rather see Kyra Karubi and them.
Robert,
whatever his
in
name
a way you are.
Greg, Kyra Karubi is the hot dog eater.
Expression,
this is a fursuiter.
It's all physical.
All right, let me ask you this, Robert, because I'm very intrigued by this, as you can tell.
What is his name? Is it? What did you call him?
It's
Kudu.
Kodu or Kudu.
He said Kuro, didn't you?
Kuru.
Kuro.
Can he talk in his fur?
Rick, we all know that means black in Japanese.
Right, that's right. Now listen, are you allowed to speak? Speedy had a good question. Most mascots. So we found out when we started getting in. I hate to say this, but into the clown world.
Right.
We found out like clowns who wore fake noses versus those who just paint their noses were a different class of clown. Is it considered bad fursuiter form to speak while in the costume?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
How could you not understand that?
Rick, he's wearing the head right now.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell?
No, I'm sorry.
Communicate.
I'm getting ready to pull off of the interstate. My apologies.
It's hard to see with them giant ears in the way.
Right.
here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. So, yes, the Christmas ornament, I did get confirmation from the Rick and Bubba store, is sold out. So here's what we're doing. Based on the fact that the final show is December the 13th, they are checking to see how quick a turnaround can we restock. And if there's not enough time, then they'll just be gone. But if there's time, we'll restock and give you another opportunity if you didn't get one before the Christmas season starts. So we're finding out right now how quickly can you restock us to the people that are producing them. And if they can, we'll restock. If they can't, we'll let you know. One of the questions on everybody's mind, I know, is what does this election mean to the relationship of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? It's all
Rick,
it's all
everybody
I can think about.
wants to know.
It's all I could think about.
Everybody wants to know.
Right, and I couldn't get Greg on a new topic. He wanted me to hear what I had to say about it.
Yeah, I know. You know me.
Now, Travis Kelce didn't endorse anyone.
Smartly.
But I don't know. I've tried to understand this story when people are saying he was insensitive, I guess because obviously they think his girlfriend would be upset when the election results came out. They said he ruffled a few feathers an hour after the result was announced, taking to his Instagram account. And I thought it was going to be something like some Trump something. It wasn't. To share some photos from Monday night's win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And why
is that?
Did they want him to be upset that
they want him out?
Probably that she didn't win.
What happened to America? Is that
He
what they
should be
wanted from
speaking out on it because that's more important than a silly game.
Now, will Brittany Holmes now be able to be friends with Taylor? Yeah, Mahomes friends with Taylor again. I mean,
I think
so. Their relationship has been strange. Everybody knows that.
Everybody. Now I heard now Kelsey Mama, she did come out for Trump publicly.
Yeah.
Mama Kelsey. As you said, Patrick Mahomes' wife came out as Trump.
Or she just liked something.
Or liked something.
Mahomes' mom did too. Patrick Mahomes' mom came out in a big way, wearing a MAGA hat before the Chiefs game and posting it to social media.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's Mahomes' mom right there.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming that the other brother Kelsey, he couldn't care less what anybody thinks.
No,
did he come out?
Don't call his brother names.
Yeah, I don't know. What he
tell
said.
you what, he'll smash your phone.
Yeah, he will.
See, this is the problem. Yes, he will, Greg.
Who's won now, huh? Who's won now?
I understand he did apologize for that.
Well, it didn't help the phone. But
It didn't help the phone, but here's a way you don't get your phone crushed by somebody's brothers. Don't pop off.
Yeah, a little rat that guy was.
But anyway, Travis. Do you think he realizes, oh, wow, so this relationship I'm in, I can't even just not post about the election at all? I post things about the game, and I get in trouble for that? That's one of those things you realize.
Because he's supposed to be in mourning because
I didn't say anything about Trump. I didn't say anything about Kamala. I just said things about our game. I'm in trouble for that. I'm in trouble for that?
How dare you?
Read the room, Travis.
Read the room.
Now, he probably did read the room and thought, I'm staying out of this. I think he did read the room. I have no win here. I'm
right.
out.
I'm sorry, him snatching that phone out of the
Oh, it's fantastic. I've watched it so many times.
Let me see it again. I still have it.
The phone ain't easy, but he does.
And Rick, the sad part of this is that
Gosh, it's so good.
That is so good.
Well, the fact he's got a beer.
The
fact he's got a beer in his hand and an empty 12 pack makes it better.
Yeah, he's totally.
Don't you love when a little jerk thinks they're going to pop off at somebody and put it on their Instagram and they got their phone up there and some giant bearded guy takes it and smashes it into a million pieces,
Just rips it out of
and then takes it with him and you start begging, give me my phone back. Give me back.
And then he says, "Who's won now? Who's won now?"
Oh yeah, who's won
so
now?
good.
That's a big man.
Look what he's carrying.
Big man. I've watched that 100 times.
By the way, if you're this guy in the situation he's in, okay, because he doesn't look like he's overly able to beat up an NFL center.
No,
I would think you're just stupid.
What are you doing?
How dumb are you?
You're like the guys that take pictures with bison. What do you think?
Oh,
Right.
no, it's very similar.
Yeah. So have y'all ever gotten in trouble with your wife for not being upset enough about something?
Yes.
That they're upset about?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're not acting the way that they think you should.
And then you realize about midway through you should be. She's not like the way I feel about it.
I'm trying to think. I know there's been times where I was hearing the case,
And then you try to fake it.
Right. And I just sat there, and then and my mind and my mind had drifted, and all of a sudden
I do that a lot.
and all of a sudden you realize they've stopped.
Yeah.
And there's no noise anymore, and you're looking, and they're looking at you. They go, "Well,"
And you're like,
yeah.
Can you start over?
No, the one that I got that did not go well is when she said, so what's your response to that? And I said, should I be mad or happy? And
Let me know.
She's like, you didn't even hear what I said, did you? I said, I heard the beginning of it, but what's the response I should have?
Yeah.
You know it right now. Should I be upset?
Yeah.
Should I be thrilled?
I'll go that way.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
Right. So
Don't try to fix it. Whatever you do, don't try to fix the problem. They just want empathy. They don't want the problem fixed.
Enjoy the problem.
I'm still trying to learn that.
Yeah.
Reba McEntire, speaking of just not knowing the tone or feeling the room, Reba McEntire's this post went super viral because on Election Day, she posted, long or short, either way, I love being a redhead. National Redhead Day.
Yeah, it was National Redhead Day.
And then this post, Reba, not right now, went mega viral. It's so funny.
Get over yourself.
I'll tell you.
What you got?
I've noticed because we watch The Voice, and Reba's on there now. Does Reba wear a wig? Is that a wig?
Probably. Probably. Nothing wrong with that, but probably.
I wasn't making a negative comment. I was just saying.
No, I knew you weren't. I knew you weren't.
Yeah, right. I was just saying she probably still has some hair, but it maybe wears it short.
Yeah, probably.
Sure. And now I know like people put extensions on, but is she wearing? Because
Speedy's thinking about it.
I know she colors her hair probably, but at her age, but is she wearing a full blown wig?
I don't know.
Always
She's
wondered.
pulling the Dolly
because her
Parton.
hair never really seems to change. No matter her age, her hair looks exactly the same.
Yeah, it's probably a wig. In the early, I'm reading right here, she wore a wig in the 90s for 5 months. I don't know why. I'm just reading this as I speak to you guys. She was short of a haircut, and it made her team nervous. So she went with a wig right here, and you can see.
Made her team nervous. They didn't like her short hair.
Her PR team, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that is a wig that she's wearing on the left there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it's
to me, it would just seem to be kind of dangerous to wear a wig because you could have a malfunction there, you know.
But do you understand?
And then what do you do?
This is why you can't make
Caught in the ceiling
you
fan.
can't make people who lead with their emotions happy. Here's two celebrities that just decided not to weigh in at all.
Yeah.
But not weighing in now has got
Now
in trouble.
you're in trouble for
and
that.
and if they would have weighed in, they would have caught flack.
Yeah.
So they decided not to weigh in, which probably was wise. And now everybody's mad because they won't weigh in. But
And
if they
then-
do weigh in, then people are gonna get mad.
Yeah.
But in Reba's defense, it was Redhead Day.
It really was. Y'all can't get on Reba.
I mean, she didn't make the day up.
It could be that Reba is trying to bring maybe some levity to a very intense situation.
Do
Calm
you
everybody
think,
down a little bit.
how do you think the Amish celebrated the win?
Oh, that was.
Oh man,
In Pennsylvania,
They got excited.
they built a big bonfire.
They said they put a barn up faster than they ever had.
Churning lots of butter.
Somebody said
tearing
they
up
stayed
some
up to like 7 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Churning butter.
Absolutely.
Raise a barn on Monday, soon I'll raise another.
All right.
Amish paradise.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
It
Drop
slaps.
in.
I'm sorry.
We got it. We more to cover right after this.
I'm a man of the land. I'm in the discipline. I got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The preacher man says it's the end of time.
Many ties to Alabama. I mean, it obviously means a lot to you, and of course, I know that's one of 5 states that were affected. But the devastation from the tornadoes in Alabama has definitely got the world's attention. But boy, kind of take us through what it felt like when you saw your state of Alabama and the devastation.
Well, when I saw it, the sirens are going off in Nashville also.
Yeah.
I'm up there because, I took my son to school this morning like a four-wheeler to the flat-bottom boat to get to the trucks. We've got all kinds of flooding over here in West Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. I mean, we had telephone poles coming out of the ground, but when I saw what happened, the sirens are going, I said, well, I don't believe this. And I said, that death toll, surely I heard that wrong. And it was I mean, I was just depressed for quite a while thinking about all those people there, and I said, I'm going to do something. And I don't, what am I going to do? Okay, I'll call Kid Rock. Okay, let's go do a football stadium. Oh, boy, we'll raise $50,000 or $100,000. No way. That would be a drop in the bucket for what they need there. So now we're talking about raising millions of dollars, and I've had nothing but wonderful response. We got a lot of folks on this show.
Look, I'm looking at it right now. It's going to be on CMT, the Disaster Relief, easy for me to say,
Right.
Disaster Relief Concert. Now, look, it's going to be live. I know a lot of radio stations, including our flagship station, WZZK, already talking about they're going to air it. Hank Williams Jr., Alabama, Keith Urban, Lady Antebellum, Ronnie Dunn, Sarah Evans, Tim McGraw, and are you adding anybody else to that list?
Old Kid Rock, he's going to do something.
So Kid
Y'all
Rock
know
is.
who he is?
Yeah,
We've heard of him.
Okay.
We've heard of him.
He's a hillbilly,
Yeah, we heard about him in passing.
He's in Troy all the time with him. I mean, he really does.
Yeah, I know. I hear that.
I'm his personal turkey guide, But anyway, I think we've been in touch with the governor's office, guys. I think we're talking about the worst natural disaster in the history of the state of Alabama.
Yeah, and the concert is going to be May 12th, coming up next Thursday, 8 p.m. Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. CMT jumped on board, and like you said, that takes it from being a one-concert event where you have ticket sales to now you're going out everywhere to raise money.
That's the way to do it. I'm going to have some, pretty famous NFL players up there answering the phones. People, it's just been wonderful. You make one call, and they say, I'm in. And I want to thank you guys for your help, and hopefully we're going to raise a significant amount of money to help the people that have been devastated by this horrible storm.
Yeah, and Hank, we got a chance to be boots on the ground this week a little bit, and the pictures do not do it justice. Quite frankly, I don't see how anybody survived. I can't believe the death toll, and each one are very important. I can't believe it's not even higher than it is.
I had many years in Coleman. That's where my first hits were.
Right.
And I haven't been there yet. I've got lots of ties in the North Alabama area, and especially Tuscaloosa. I mean, I didn't basically. I said, you know what? Why should I go down there get in the way? I want to do something that's going to make a difference, and that's what we're in the middle of doing. We're working hard on this, but it's been a wonderful thing. I think we're going to be getting a donation from a pretty big place.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. The New York Yankees gave $500,000.
Yeah.
We may be getting somebody that's going to beat that. So that's how serious we are about this, folks.
Now, will this stuff be? I'm looking at the information here. Will it be given to various places, or all through the Red Cross?
No, it's all Red Cross.
Okay.
Because everybody wonders, hey, I want to be sure my money is in the right place, and that's why you just can't take any chances. It's all Red Cross.
Now, the concert will be 90 minutes. How are we going to get all these people in 90 minutes? I mean, it's going to be wide open.
Well, I'll just say here's Sarah, and here's Alan, and here's Keith. I don't know. That's nothing, man. In the old days, we used to have 10 hillbillies on one show,
Yeah, that's right.
That's the way it was back in Cobo Hall when it was me and Johnny Cash and 10 other hillbillies.
Yeah, this is not
Don't
even...
Don't worry about it. We'll handle it. You do your end, we'll do ours.
My grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain.
There we go. 35 minutes past the hour. In case it wasn't already in your head after Adler, it will be now. Well, let me tell you one thing the Amish understand is good nutrition, but not us so much. That's why Field of Greens is a gigantic help. With Field of Greens, your body's need for the right fruits and vegetables, that need is met. Some of you were emailing me this week saying, Rick, do you do 2 scoops a day? I do. That's the max, and you can just do 1, but I like the 2 and love the results that I'm getting. I feel better than I have felt in years, and got clean energy. The doctor is very pleased. Now I'm making other lifestyle changes as well, but this nutrition has to be part of it, and that's difficult to do without the help from Field of Greens. And I like knowing that I am getting what my vital organs crave, my heart, my liver, my kidneys, and my immune system now more than ever. It's backed by a better health promise. At your next physical or checkup, if you're taking Field of Greens, you go get a physical, go get a checkup, and your doctor doesn't notice change, then you get your money back. That's confidence in the product. It's a great product. Big Box gets you 15% off. That's our promo code, and also free shipping. There's a link to at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Start taking Field of Greens with me and let me hear your story. I want to hear how it's working for you too. All right, Greg, here's good news for you today.
All right.
Speaking of health, I think this is great news. Having fewer friends could actually be better for your health.
You know, I was thinking about cutting down my friends. Now I got a good reason. Fewer friends. Rick, I got numerous friends. Numerous.
Do you, Greg?
Well,
do you?
So it's health. Well, I bet it is healthier.
No,
you ain't got to deal with a bunch of junk.
You've got a lot of friends that are like some of the people that I think nobody was able to count in the Trump election. They're your friends. They just don't tell anybody.
That's well done. I didn't know that was healthy, though.
Yeah, it says keeping a small circle of friends helps you avoid drama.
Well, yeah, that's less people that can bring
minimizes drama. Low drama. Says also it reduces your chance of getting sick from somebody that showed up with some sort of disease.
Don't bring that in here.
Valid. And he says if you look out in the animal kingdom, you see that they try to keep the circle tight. Of course, this study leaves out they also eat each other.
Yeah, they do. Don't leave that part.
I think that'll you'll lose some friends if you're a carnivore and they're prey.
Yep. They're done with you.
You got to have a few friends.
Yeah. So they're saying you know how when we and I hate to use an analogy of a dog, but do you remember Bubba when you and I were learning about dog through Dog Trainer? What was his name? What was his name? Bill.
How to Talking Dog.
Was it Bill something?
Yeah.
Anyway, and he said
Billy Beagle.
He said that there was a misnomer with pet people that think if you have a dog, they always want to have other dogs, or they want a big area. And of course, you know that one they still seem to enjoy that a little bit. So Bill and I
this guy tried to tell me they like that crate.
No. Well, he did. Yes, he did because he said they're den animals.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, he said
right.
when you're not playing with them,
but
crate them. Yeah,
I'm going to get to the point here.
No way they like
what they're saying is, and it happens to humans too, is they said if there's too many other dogs or too many things for them to deal with, it overwhelms them.
Yeah,
they're overwhelmed by all that. And I'm not saying it's bad to have one other dog, but I'm talking about like they said, the more dogs you're adding to their life, it's really making their life more complicated because of the way they operate. And really, if you just think about it, like I think that, and we've said this many times, there's not look, friends are phenomenal, but it is difficult. It is difficult.
Here we go.
To have go beyond a number and then truly have a healthy, ongoing. We do stuff together. We spend time. I mean, if you've got, it's just math. I mean, if you've got 20 people, can you really have 20 lunches a week?
You can't.
Can you really?
You can't.
Every time you're doing something, now there's 100 people at your house. Can you really spend time? Can you really find out what's going on in their life? Can you really get to know? There's only a certain number of people you really can. Acquaintances are great, and I love them. And you can have great moments with acquaintances, but there's really only so many friends you can really truly be friends with.
Give them what and from a scheduling,
it's just over.
From a scheduling standpoint, I mean, there's people that you're acquaintances with, and you, like you said, you have a good time, but you can't be with them every day.
Right.
You can't be with them 2 or 3 times a week because of family or the geography or work or whatever.
Yeah, let's say you take friend A, B, and C. There's 4 of them, okay? And those 4 say, well, if we're really friends, we should do this, this, and this on some sort of regular rotation. Okay, so now you add 4 more, and they say the same thing. And then you add 4 more, and they say the same thing. How are you rotating 16 people and meeting the demand of a true friendship? It's not possible. And so they're saying that really you're overwhelming yourself, and it's okay. And I think most people in our lives understand that, acquaintance is better than not knowing you at all.
Right.
And then inner circle of friendship is really probably it's not a big number. Not if you want to truly have a friendship that's beneficial to both people. So that was an interesting. I thought, Greg, that's good news.
You have to have good.
Stop worrying about friends so much.
I was out looking for new friends, and I'm not.
You have to have time to work the relationip.
And you need time to yourself so you can get in a crate.
Greg. Yeah.
Greg, we're not den animals.
Yeah. They asked the dog. You tell them that.
Anybody willing to pay $1 million for the ruby slippers from the Wizard of Oz?
I am.
No,
I don't know about that.
Don't get us. We played some of that today, Wizard of Oz, just some scenes of it, and it just scares me all over again as an adult.
You know what ruined it a little bit? There's more than one pair.
Oh, really?
There's like 4 or 5, right?
Well,
that they rotated in the movie?
Yeah, like they did certain dances.
This is just one of
them.
them.
But still, that's a lot of change.
Would you
man.
rather pay for the ones she danced in or the ones? I want the one she was on the Yellow Brick Road with.
I want the ones that was on the witches.
I think there's 4
Why
pair.
so many pair?
I think there's 4 pair.
I guess in the movie they need.
You got to have backups for the movie.
Well, I understand
there's more than one
backups,
General
but-
Lee too. I hate to tell you, but
but they
really
didn't wreck shoes.
Well, they did in a way.
But do we really know what scene she wore
Here
them
we
in?
go.
Did they like write it down? Hey, one day somebody's gonna care. These are the ones she danced in.
Would you just let us enjoy
How
the
about
story?
this? I'm
That's
not
why you
paying
don't
them.
have many friends. That's why you're so healthy.
That's why I'm
That's why you're so healthy.
Some people, Rick, are harder to love than others. Okay, let's just underline that.
Greg, I'm gonna love you no matter how hard it is.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick. I'll go ahead and save a spot for you in the friend pool.
Right, Greg. I can pick my friends. I couldn't pick you.
No, that's true.
So they're saying there's a bid right now, 812,500.
Wow.
And so they said, and if you add all the fees with that, it gets it to $1 million. So I don't know. First of all,
the last page,
I'm not a player in this because that movie terrified me. I don't want anything to do with that.
Next
movie.
page tells you what each pair I think was the different scenes that.
What would? Because is anybody here even like Wizard of Oz?
No,
I don't like it at all.
I don't.
For many reasons.
No,
I don't like
not
it
at all. Seriously, I played a little bit of the audio in the kickoff hour, and Greg and I got scared.
Don't want that witch scared me. It's why I've never gone to see the play Wicked. I don't want to see the movie Wicked.
Yeah, she's the main character.
The flying monkeys and that weed scared me to death as a little kid. Did you remember when they were all flying?
No.
I still remember being scared.
Yeah.
And then after all that, you found out water killed her. You know, you thought if I'd have just had a squirt gun, I'd have taken care of it.
Saved me a lot of trouble.
Yeah, when you were writing that script, and somebody says, "So how do we take the witch out?" Somebody says, "I'm thinking maybe a bucket of water." Water,
just dump it on her.
It seems like it should have been. They should have been able to like get the shoes and connect them together in some way, and then water
or blow her up. You know, what if
water
you had to have a bomb?
You want to hear any of that scene?
My biggest problem was whatever happened to those flying monkeys after she died.
I didn't know.
Were they still in play?
Does water hurt them?
I don't think it does. No.
Did you discuss the ex-mobster that had stolen the slippers at one point?
Yeah, I saw that in the story.
Yeah, it's
I
kind of a
didn't
weird
mention
thing. Rick, do you want to hear just a little bit?
I don't think I do. Is it? Are you going to do it in your little dog too? Not that.
Well, it's just a little scene.
All right.
Yeah, it's from my channel.
Your channel?
Okay.
Gosh, here we go.
Yeah, you ready?
Who killed the witch of the East? Was it you? No, it was an accident. Well, my little pretty, I can cause accidents too. Aren't you forgetting the ruby slippers? The ruby slippers? What have you done with them? Give them back to me or I'll... It's too late. There they are, and there they'll stay. Give me back my slippers. I'm the only one that knows how to use them. They're no use to you. Give them back. Keep tight inside of them. Their magic must be very powerful, or she wouldn't want them so badly. You stay out of this, Glinda, or I'll fix you as well.
Oh, rubbish. You have no power here. Be gone before somebody drops the house on you, too.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too.
No!
No, not the dog, too.
They had to throw that in. And as a kid, you thought you're sitting there with your dog thinking, oh, we've crossed a line. We've crossed a line.
I feel weird right now.
I feel so strange right now.
Can sing me a song.
I hate
again,
everything.
Give me the heaves, Rick. I got to get up and run around.
Sing the Amish song again, Adler.
Oh, wait a minute. That
buggy?
wasn't the Wizard of Oz. That was Hillary Clinton.
That explains it.
After the election was over.
Rick and Bubba.
Right. And then once just as a how you guys been,
right,
checking in with us.
Right.
Now, you know, the thing I've noticed, because, you know, this thing of working with Greg is just been,
gosh.
And I hope y'all realize that we're brothers, but we got some things in common. But let me tell you something. And anytime he's got something on his mind, or somewhere he's got to be, something he's got to do. What he is, let me tell you what it is. He's not a multitasker.
No,
not at all.
No. And he'll admit it.
And I say, I love multitasking.
It makes me mad.
How about this? Hey, you give me those plates. I love it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm over here. I'm talking here. I got this going.
You know what happens when you multitask? Everything gets about halfway done.
No.
You know who says that? People that can't multitask.
No,
That's right.
So you think you can
you-
multitask. That's the thing.
But Greg, why do you drive us crazy, ranting and raving?
What
about
did I do?
things?
What did I do?
Well, great. Let me just put it this way.
Kinda goes
when
back.
something's on your mind,
I haven't done
okay,
anything.
first of all, listen.
Drive us all crazy.
Right? Lay down on the couch and let us talk to you real quick. All right. Now, first of all, don't ever change. Okay, because I love.
Well, I
every
might as
second
well.
of
The
it.
way y'all own me.
No, because really we love it, but it's fun. It's fun to watch.
What's your beef? What you got?
Well, you know, you got a lot on you right now.
No, I just got a
because
busy
it's
day.
hush. All right, you got a lot on you. You got your daughter. She's in the homecoming court.
That's right. I'm
you
gonna
got,
be all
hey,
decked
just,
out.
Just hold on.
Look,
Got a haircut.
You got
for
you
it.
got you got your you know, a pep rally to get to.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to work out. You got your cut a little spot. You
Yeah.
got network spots to get done.
Yes.
You
What-
know.
What about his little high school sports?
And yeah, he's got all that to get done, and he can't deal with it.
And
he gets
and
to
he's got to get my mom and dad their tickets for the
Oh
game.
Yeah,
crap!
yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
they're going to be at the homecoming thing tonight, so that'll take care of that. Unless I forget them.
You know what you do, Greg? You put everything down on a list and you just work through it.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But y'all act like
But
I
you-
ain't doing
well,
it.
no,
but
but
you
here's
do
the
it. You
deal.
do it by ranting and raving and
Right.
talking
But I
about
get it done.
But
What
you
did
talk
what
about
did
it
you
all
just,
the time.
Before we came back from break, what'd you just do? I got to cut that football thing.
I'll
And you
multitask.
still
I
don't
just
keep
don't
talking
like
about
it.
it.
I'm
I
like,
don't like
what?
doing it.
I got to do that, and I got to get to the pep rally.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
we're worried.
I wasn't
you know,
griping about
and
that.
I don't know if I can run today. You know, I got to get that pep rally. And I was like,
You
Greg,
worry too
that
much
is the
about it.
20th time
Talk
you've
too
told
much
me
about
that.
it.
And you'll
But
do
I'm
it.
still getting it done.
But you'll do it like in 10-minute spans. It's like you'll come in and go, hey, you know, I don't know if I can
think
run
out
today
loud, guys.
because I
Yes,
got to
you
get to that
do.
pep rally.
I think out loud.
Like,
Y'all don't like that?
He'll come into me and he'll go, hey, we need to cut that spot because it runs tomorrow. I'll go, okay. Hey, you know, and we got to cut that spot because it runs tomorrow.
So I like to think out
I'm
loud.
like,
That's
yeah,
the problem.
Yeah, you've already told me that. And I realize he's not talking to me, he's talking to himself.
Right, because then I'll get it done if I tell myself.
And I'll go, hey, man, I tell you what, look at these muffins these women brought, man. They're really good. Yeah, we got to cut that spot runs tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I know.
I know.
After the show, we'll cut the show.
I know. It's like
Let's see the muffin right now.
Rick, I'm just trying to remind myself.
Yeah. It's like early. He's like, I got to get in the tie.
No, I like to. When I got it on my mind, I like it done.
I got to do something tonight.
And
I got to go to the pep rally. I got to do my high school thing.
I'm just going to keep.
cut that spot.
I wish Patty Moultrie get here with those tickets so I can quit worrying about that.
I don't know if I
didn't
can
say that, Patty.
run.
I didn't say that. Patty.
I got to get to the pep rally.
Y'all are exaggerating.
I can't be late. You know, I got to cut that spot. I know that.
By the way, Speedy's talking through a stuffed Eeyore
with his
puppet.
eyes closed.
He's got his eyes.
Yeah, he's really into it.
I got to cut that spot. I know.
I wasn't talking.
I
like
got to cut that spot. Hey,
Let me tell you people what y'all need to do.
Just keep it to
Just,
yourself.
why don't y'all
I
just
can't be
ignore
late.
it?
We can't. You're
Just
so loud.
know that I'm keeping myself in check.
Let
I
me
like
tell
to
you-
talk
I don't know
out
if we can
loud
run
to
it
myself.
torque.
Hey, I tell you what's hard to
I don't know
ignore.
after
Number one,
torque.
you're loud, like all Burgess. Number
Yeah.
two, you got some spicy adjectives in there.
Okay, now I need to work
we
on
don't
that.
need to hear all that.
I agree with that.
I don't know if I can.
Did you hear me yesterday when I couldn't get my spot right?
We all heard you, Greg. We all heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hams. You were offended.
I got to
Not at
cut.
all.
All people in the room.
Not at all, but you draw us in quickly when you start using those words.
I got to cut the spine.
I don't know if I can run after torque. I know. You just told me that. Well, I don't care.
I don't know what's wrong with this wide orbit.
Yeah.
I got to put these spots in there, and
Yeah.
you were so stupid.
Don't know the cart number.
Speaking of running,
he's doing it now. He's doing it now.
Yeah. I can't
Look.
pay attention to what y'all saying right now because I'm looking at this
Hey,
computer.
ignore
and I
Dr.
peck
Lou
at
this
it like
week.
a
Just
bird.
ignored him.
What would you want me to do? That's
Enjoy
Dr.
it.
Lou's
Nothing.
spot.
Enjoy it.
That's Dr. Lou's spot. Do
But
you want me to
enjoy
butt
it.
in ski on Dr.
No,
Lou?
I want you to at least pay attention.
I
Laugh.
was. And I gave him a charity laugh.
I thought it was one of his best ones.
It was.
You thought it was
Well,
going to be subpar like last week.
Tell us one thing.
I got
he talked
things to
about.
do.
Other than the Aggies, what else did he say?
He said something about some
don't-
Oriental leprechauns.
Okay.
I got to worry about Dr. Lou.
I got
So
somebody
y'all want me
working
to,
on
and I'll
spots.
work on it because
We
unlike
want you to
y'all,
keep it to yourself.
unlike y'all, I will try to do things different if it bothers people because y'all just say well, that's just the way I am. And that's
Who
supposed to
says
make-
that?
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone troll, baby. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. All 10 lines are available. Release the Kraken. And you can join us. 30 seconds a pop. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. At the end of 30, there it is.
Yep.
Bubba has a timeout, and the indecisive Speedy also have a timeout. So be aware of that. Somebody said that the witch, it had to be soapy water. Look, you're asking the wrong people. We were terrified of the movie. We didn't watch the movie. So
it's just a bucket of water.
If there's somebody,
Yeah, it was a bucket. They tried to put a fire out, didn't they, on the straw man
on
and
the
missed and hit
scarecrow.
the witch, right?
Yes, something like that.
I never watched it all the way through. Too terrifying. Don't even like talking about it now. So there you go. Also, one of the other things that was out there here today, and I saw it, and I was actually watching. This is before I went to bed on election night, and I heard this, and Bubba's just been caught in some crossfire in here between the brothers Burgess. I was watching the Fox breaking down something. I remember Brett Hume was being. Is it Brett Hume?
Yeah, Brett Hume.
Is it Brent? These are Brett and Brent people, and Brett, it's the Hume guy, who's Mr. Monotone, not overly excited, but knows a lot. And I was sitting there with Sherry, and they're talking. Also, I heard. And I looked. I said, "Did somebody break wind?" And she goes, "Rick, I think that was somebody's chair squeaking." I said, "It sounded just like somebody barked." Well, there's a story here today saying that Tuesday night's coverage, Fox News people are talking about that they all heard one of the pundits let one rip. Now I don't. Fox.
It was a long night on the set, Rick.
Yeah, and people were saying they thought it was Hume. And that he leaned forward, right, and which people refer who know this, who love to bark off in uncomfortable situations. This allows the cheeks to open. But anyway,
what are you doing?
Well, that's in the story.
Somebody's eating right now.
That's in the story.
They were.
So sorry, y'all.
So Fox News has not commented on it. I heard it myself.
You think they are?
I heard it.
You think Fox News is going to put out a statement?
My wife said to me, "That's somebody's chair squeaking. It's not what you're saying it is."
Who was that had the squeaky
She doesn't
chairs
know.
that we saw? There was some group that was on that sounded like that all the time, that they were having chair problems. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. I do remember that. Let's go to the phones. 30 seconds a pop.
Fox News hadn't put out a statement on it.
Well, I would
You
come back
think
and say it was somebody's. Don't everybody keep thinking Hume broke one. We clarify. It was
Would that be the press
It's a
release?
squeaky chair that we've all known about here at Fox for a long time. Terrell, 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, I was watching the election results, and when they called Pennsylvania for Trump, that gave him 266. If Harris had won the remaining states, she wouldn't have had 270 neither.
Wow.
Who would have won the election?
It would go to the House of Representatives, and they would decide the president.
But thank goodness that didn't happen.
Thank goodness.
We continue. Let's go to Vicky in Gunnersville. Vicky, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, now remember, I'm Vicky, but I'm in Arab. And I was just going to call because I needed to check up on Bubba and the big wheel of meat. And I wanted to tell y'all that I was watching all those election results, too. I watched it all night, stayed up till 4:30. And all I could think was, as long as I know that in my future I can get up and watch the Rick and Bubba show and see Bubba and the big, sexy wheel of meat on TV, then everything's going to be okay.
Well, you were a big hit,
Yeah.
Vicky. It's
that gave us all a lot of peace.
You made
Yes.
Bank 9.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
One timeout's gone. It's down to the indecisive Speedy now. That's all.
I'll
that's
make a
left.
decision.
Let's go to Landon in
Thank you.
Alabama.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Landon, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, that's a tough one to follow up behind.
Yes, it is.
But this morning I sent a couple of screenshots to the text line about 5:45, and Charlie Kirk was live on TikTok last night with the Kamala speech, and the stuff people were throwing on her face was hilarious. And I sent a couple of screenshots to the text line.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I missed that.
You missed it.
Well, I didn't see it this morning, I guess.
Yeah, well, never mind.
Let's go to, I don't even know how to say this name. Is it Haskell? Haskell?
Hey, man.
Hey, buddy, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How y'all doing this morning? I hope y'all are well.
We are.
Hey, Sunday was the most depressing day of the year because of the time change, and y'all talked about it last week. But we need to see about getting Alabama in the Eastern time zone. So we need to call Center Coach Tubbs and Britt and whoever we need to call, find out, because I think it'd be great to get in the Eastern time zone and stop this ridiculous stuff. I work here in Opelika and have done work in the Valley and Lynette and all. They've been on fast time. They're officially on.
Yeah.
We love fast time.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's got dark the last few afternoons, at 4:30, I was thinking, this is really, really not good.
I find myself wanting us to just stay on daylight savings time so I can still have programming schedule of Central Time, but not go to Standard. Because if I go to Eastern Standard, then now I've got to be on Eastern's programming schedule.
Well, you saw the map; it's drawn crooked.
No, I agree with you. No, totally agree with that. But I'm just saying, now that 8:00 ball game, I don't think I can stay up for is now 9:00.
It's such a bummer. I picked my kids up. I worked late yesterday. Picked my kids up at 5:00, and it's pitch dark outside. And they're like, "Why? They're like, what? Why is it the middle of the night?
Why, Daddy?
Why? Do y'all want to check and see if Britt farts here?
Yes, okay.
Buddy. This is important news.
Listen to it. Listen.
Well, just check.
What are you looking at? Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our further analysis. It said that fully packable.
That's what I heard.
I don't see a reaction though from the others.
No,
because we would have had a reaction like, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, that is not a chair. I'm just going to tell you right now, that's not a chair.
Hume would not have got away with that in this room.
No.
One more time.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Further analysis, it said that fully packable.
It could be.
It's rocking back and
It could
forth.
be. Yeah. It could be. It could be. Well, what we saw is the difference between men and women. My wife was certain it was a chair creaking, and I was certain it was wind.
Yeah.
All hearing the same sound. Yeah.
Y'all, it doesn't matter if it is a ketchup or ranch or any of that. I did not have to teach my son that is a funny sound.
Yeah.
I know.
I
Thank
did not.
you.
If it's
I went
coming
through
from
the same thing.
If it's coming from a bottle or if it's coming from a body, he laughs every time.
Every male laughs at that.
Yep. Good stuff.
And we're not. Y'all shouldn't, as we said 1,000 times. Women should not ask us why we think it's funny. We should ask them why they don't.
All right.
That's where the flaw is.
It's just built in.
Because doggone it, that's funny. Okay, always has been, always will be.
Yep.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba today or you want to catch more on our archives, enjoy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.